Well, I don't know where what's his name is, but the stream is live, and they can hear us all.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Welcome to Pinky Pact.
Where the hell is what's his name?
Tendo will be joining us. I hope everybody had a good week since the last game. Thanks. Oh my gosh. Thanks everybody for the resubscriptions. I guess we will jump into this so that way we can get back to murder solving. What is something that stood out to you from last session? Would anybody like to jump on that?
I'll fucking take it.
Go on then.
Fucking having us come back and like, there's been a murder! And it's like, what?
A murder.
A murder.
Murder. Most foul.
Murder on the... I can't remember
wanna
what
go
town
next.
we are.
Pick me.
Express.
Okay. Very.
Whatever massively powerful undead is just chilling in the mausoleum by these people's house. Like, excuse me? What's going on in there?
Bruin. Vosti. What is something that stood out to you from last session?
You're throwing family in our face.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I said what I said.
Alara. What is something that stood out to you from last session?
We are the Dusk Watch.
Yes.
Yeah!
The group picked a name, the Dusk Watch. Valerius, do you have any predictions for this session?
I think that the person that killed whoever got killed, if that's what happened, is gonna be the last fucking person we expected.
Oh.
It's gonna be like Skiv Rocks or something.
No, don't say that. Skip Rocks was about.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does Very have any predictions for this session?
Well, I predict that there will be some murder solving and perhaps, family drama between this family that we've walked into. And also, I predict that that one girl whose name I can't remember right now is going to be a fucking cunt. Excuse my language.
The sister?
Yes.
Celestia?
Celestia,
Mhm.
yeah. Bitch. Unless she's
Dakin.
dead, in which case I'd be very happy.
She could be. We don't know.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Dakin, I'm throwing you in the middle if you're available to do that. Oh. Are you still dealing with that? The cat got out of the apartment.
Ah.
Uh-oh. Can't hear. Maybe you're
talking.
quite a distance from the mic?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Not
Uh.
mute Dakin. Oh,
Oh,
God.
no. Vosti, do you have any predictions for this session?
Yeah, I think we're gonna solve a murder.
Well, I hope so. Alara, do you have any predictions for this session?
I think Benoit Blanc is going to show up and we're going to solve a murder.
Oh, I don't have that accent in my repertoire, so
I believe in you.
that would be
I
surprising.
so believe in you.
Testing you again, Dakin. Oh, okay. He's okay.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Of course that would occur immediately after I get done with that.
Of course. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna throw 2 rapid fire questions at you. What is some? First of all, is the cat okay?
All good, all good.
Okay, so then 3 questions. 2 more. What is something that stood out to you from last session?
I was specifically very concerned and interested in the terrible necrotic undead energies we were getting from the
That's
greenhouse.
what I fucking said, dude.
But generally, the other thing is just how shitty all of these rich people are to each other. I don't think there was a single person who, at this will reading, did not have, like, snark or an ulterior motive.
Hmm.
Just like a terrible group of people in a terrible crumbling castle.
It's true. Do you have any predictions for this session?
I predict that the person who's dead is going to be, his name escapes me, but the lovely dragonborn
Akeshi?
butler.
Akeshi?
Akeshi, thank you.
Okay.
I think it's going to be Akeshi because we were right about to ask him questions, and of course he would get stabbed directly through the thorax right when we're about to ask him questions.
Okay.
But otherwise, I think there is someone in the house we don't know about.
Okay.
I think there might be someone hiding around somewhere, or either that or it's just the ghost of the lady doing fucked shit. But one of the two.
Okay. Valerius, what mood are you in?
He was a little stressed at first. Now he's fucking confused, given the hearing that someone might be fucking dead.
Very, what mood are you in?
I would say partially annoyed that this has become our problem, but also just so confused now that there's been another we thought there was one murder and now there's another murder. So I want to know she wants to know, like, who the fuck's murdering people, but she's just confused about this whole thing.
Yeah, fair. Vosti, what mood are you in?
Yeah, confusion. Confusion, I think, is the right word, even though I couldn't say it the first time. Because, yeah, who the fuck's murdering people? Or, I mean, you know, at least who murdered this person and then potentially murdered the other person.
Okay.
Oh, and
Hello.
what the hell's up with the ghost?
Yeah, what's up with the ghost?
The ghost.
Alara, what mood are you in?
I think a little bit like a little annoyed, irritated. Like, this isn't our job. Like, we did a good deed. We brought the guy here. Got voluntold to look into this will. It's just a little annoying. Like, we got other stuff to do, and this just seems a little trivial in the grand scheme of things. We just dropped off 30 people on a bus back in town. Like, you know.
Dakin, what mood are you in?
I think he's frustrated, definitely, with the sort of the general situation. I think he's sort of intrigued by seeing Valerius, like, in action, doing something aligned with his god. You know, kind of getting like I assume Dakin has been kind of like strong-armed into helping people a bunch by being like, hey, we're wandering about. Do you want to give us a hand? I see your symbol of the wanderer there. Could you maybe give us a hand? And it's just funny to see someone else get like, hey, law guy, we got some we got some legal documents here. Do you want to come and do this for us, even though your life is in no way good right now?
Legalize.
So I think he's just interested to see how Valerius deals with this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's jump into it. As you guys recall from the tail end of the last session, you heard as you were returning to the castle from the graveyard, you heard someone shriek, "He's dead! There's been a murder!"
Whose
And
voice
that's where we'll
is
pick
that?
up.
It beat me to it.
It's definitely a woman's voice.
Does it sound like the like maid lady? Or
It doesn't
Celestia?
sound like Celestia.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if the others spoke enough for you to be able to recognize their voices from a shriek.
Never
But
know.
yeah. And then you can hear like through the sort of deteriorated walls of the castle, like people rushing around and everything. But from there we will go back into it. What would you like to do?
Well, we should probably see what happened.
Yep. Fucking
And
rush
so then
in.
they rush inside.
As you burst into the grand hall here, you can see Akeshi like hobbling very quickly down the stairs.
Oh,
I'll scoop everybody.
He's not dead.
To bring them
Akeshi's
in.
alive!
Oh, hello. I was just actually coming to look for you. Yes. Would you be we've had an unfortunate circumstance. Would you come upstairs with me?
Yes.
Okay. And then he's going to grab all of you and
I do
lead
not
you.
consent.
He's gonna lead you up further than you guys have been before. So let me just place you. And then I'll bring you over.
Ooh, I just got a shiver. The ghost lady here?
It's the ghost.
Is she?
Uh,
Let me.
She's right behind me, isn't she?
Trying to sell me
Um,
car insurance.
We will also make sure that it is
I don't have a car.
daytime and bring you guys in.
I'm in. My vision is still wrong.
So
but I'm in.
he leads you upstairs as quickly as he can, not just to the middle level where you guys stayed the night, but up to the top level. And you can see over to the side here. Give me just a second to see what's going on. Maybe. Oh, there it is. He quickly hurries over to this door and pushes it open. And you can see this is a room that is clearly a bedroom for somebody. But what draws your attention most is there is Daisy, the housekeeper, who you met, standing over the body of Caspian.
Caspian's
Whoa.
Oh,
Armani!
but
he was supposed to give us so much gold. But
I'm going to sprint up.
Okay.
Could I do a medicine check to see like how long ago this happened?
Yes, please do. As you get close, and even from a distance, you can all see that his features have sort of turned dark blue. His eyes are sort of bulging, and his face is contorted in what seems maybe like agony.
Nat 20.
Okay, I'm gonna scooch you in there.
Oh, my character
Yeah,
sheet was
it's-
literally covering the entire map.
That's okay.
It was just black. I
Um,
was not seeing anything.
It's very clear to you that he has suffocated.
ooh.
But as you're looking over him, you are trying to find out what means of suffocation were employed. And you are checking over, like looking at his eyes, looking at his neck, looking, like prying his chin down and looking at his tongue and his fingers and everything. And with the nat 20, you're pretty certain you can narrow it down to either someone has strangled him and the bruises haven't begun to show just yet, or he was potentially poisoned and the poisoning basically cut off his airways.
I light a torch so I
Caspian.
can see in color.
Okay, I'm gonna immediately after I discern that, I'm gonna cast. I pull out 2 coins. I pour some salt over his face, and I put both of the coins on his eyes and wrap them with a piece of cloth around his face. And I'm gonna cast Gentle Repose,
Okay.
which basically just extends the period of time that he extends a resurrection spell limits.
Mm-hmm.
And also makes him unable to be turned undead.
Yes.
Ooh, smart.
Mm-hmm.
Can I, seeing that Dakin is looking him over, can I like sniff around him to see if I smell any like thing that may smell like a discernible poison? I mean, I'm assuming working in Mom's shop, I've, got some familiarity with some herbs and stuff that are used to make poisons.
Yeah, sure. Actually, if you want to give me a perception check with your advantage, you can. If anybody else wants to just like see if anything like stands out to them at a glance or actually start investigating, you can give me either a perception or an investigation roll.
I think Veru would absolutely start looking around for like anything that I guess she's never been in this room, but anything that looks amiss or like obvious to her about this situation.
Okay. For you, Alara, there is a scent that comes to your nose, but it's more that it's blocking out anything else, and it's the scent of tea that is like not only coming from his mouth, but is also like Daisy has a tray, and she's sort of backed away from the body since you guys are doing things with it and is standing next to Akeshi. She has a tray that's got a teacup on it that's just sort of rattling as she's holding onto it and shaking. Um, and so that's the herbal smell that you can gather. The rest of the room has like lots of different interesting smells because they don't smell familiar to this area that you're in. He's got trunks that haven't really been unpacked yet around the room, and they've sort of carried with them sense of the places that he's been. So you can kind of just smell that he's been on a long journey. The only thing that's standing out to you is like, aha, this is the smell of poison. The as you're looking around, and Vosti, you also are making note of this. There's a trunk that has like just a surprising amount of fine clothing, sort of spilling out of its unlatched top. In one corner, and you can tell just by you're looking around that he is recently returned to this space and has been kind of starting to make himself at home. It doesn't look like he's been staying more than maybe a few nights at the castle before this death, and it's clear that the things that he has really like made use of is the bed, which remains unmade, a lavish writing desk. There is a plush love seat with like a divot, like that's where he liked to sit. And then there's a large wardrobe. Are you? Should we send for somebody from town, or is there anything you can do about this? I know that he'd spoken with you and was having you look into the will.
I mean, I feel like we're kind of obligated at this point to look into this.
What would you like me to do?
Kind of looks to everybody else like he's trying to get ideas.
Well,
Let no one leave the grounds.
yes.
Understood. Daisy, perhaps go and reassure Nell and then maybe just sequester yourself to your quarters and ask her to do the same. I'll go and speak to Miss Celestia, Prunelia, and then perhaps I'll also go out to the stables and let them know that they should sit tight. Yes, I think that will do. Daisy's just like, I don't know, and
I'll
she just
take
sort of
that tray,
wanders off.
Daisy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
She
leave that
hands
here,
it over. And this gives her the ability to now like just completely fidget with her hands as she's wandering. Like, I just didn't know. I don't know what's going on.
And
I don't know
then
that we
I'll
should be
just
leaving
set the
people
tray.
alone. I feel like maybe we need to collectively put everybody in one room and one of us watch over them.
Yeah, that's
I don't know
It's
if
not
I
a
want to
bad
leave
idea.
one of us alone with at least one murderer.
no. I mean, we don't have to necessarily be like too far from each other, but just like put them in a room and have one person outside the hallway. You know, I don't know.
Well, I think
Two of
the
us.
impossible thing about this situation is we're not going to be able to keep our eyes on these people if we want to effectively try to figure out what happened.
Didn't you mention something earlier about some truth something or other, Val? Put them
I
all in a room together and ask them if they murdered him.
I can do that.
Well, to my knowledge, they could, get around that.
They can, but I mean, it's also what's the word? It's possible to. Fuck, how do I word this? If people are being cagey, at the very least, it'll help start to weed out who we don't think is part of it. Does that make sense? I mean, it gives us a basis to start off of.
Process of elimination.
Mm-hmm.
I just, in
Wait,
case it's
can't-
more than one person who's somehow involved in this plot, I just don't want to give them time to be together to decide what they want to say.
Exactly. That's what I was.
Let's put them all in a room together, and then she looks at Skivrox. He can go invisible. He can sit in the room invisibly and watch them. And if they say something or... I just don't know that having everyone in separate rooms when someone is not watching over them is going to be very helpful.
I think it is a little bit of a safe assumption that Caspian was probably murdered because of his intent to have the will changed.
Yeah, we absolutely have a motive.
So while we can't guarantee that nobody else will get murdered, because this does seem a little bit like Murder Central, maybe, I don't know that everyone's actively in danger.
It's not. But it's still, I think, just in case.
Well, yeah, but I think people mess up the most on their lies when they can't look at somebody else or talk to somebody else to coordinate what they're going to say.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to catch somebody, sometimes you learn a lot from talking to them separately, and then you learn even more when you talk to them together after that.
Mm-hmm.
Vosti, since you're sort of near the desk and we're glancing around, you also notice like a pair of wrinkled notes that are sort of like tucked into a like a little portfolio.
I get them.
Okay.
There's nobody there. It's just us in here, right? Like, what's her name? Ran off. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna pick them up and try and read their contents.
Yeah. They seem to be basically just like uh, maybe hastily or crudely written bills or warnings. But it indicates that in these two notes that Caspian owes somebody in light 75 gold for debts owed to a couple of different establishments that you've never really heard of, but they all seem to be light based, which is the capital city.
I found these on the desk. It seems that Caspian owed money and lied.
No
I don't know if
wonder
it
he
has-
wanted an inheritance.
Yes.
How much?
75 gold pieces.
Didn't he just hand us more than that?
Well, we got promissory notes for 100
Yeah.
apiece.
It's just paper.
From the house.
Mhm.
Which they still will have to pay us, I assume. I hope. I think.
I hope.
Probably unless Celestia is like, well, no, that didn't come from me, and I inherited this, so haha. Holy fuck! I just realized that.
Should we loot the place?
Not yet.
Oh.
I love Steve Rocks, dude.
Boasty will flick his eyebrows when Dakin says that.
He smiles when he says it. He's clearly joking.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone just outright have a feeling about? And he'll just walk over and close the door. Have a feeling about any of these people? Obviously, the one with the most to gain from stopping. I mean, if they can't kill us, kill the guy who hired us, so he can't. If really, the inheritance is supposed to be split in some way.
Mhm.
He claimed they'd become quite close. I mean, I wish we could speak to her ghost.
I'm sure she'll speak to us at some point, just not about this.
Mm-hmm.
She
Yeah.
seems to have plenty that she wants to say.
That thing that you did with Mr. Fenton, can you do it again to him? I don't know how many times a day you can do that.
Can, but the thought is here. He was either strangled or poisoned.
I'm getting a heavy, heavy scent of tea. So, I mean, maybe we could take the tea that Vary has on the tray and
I set it on a table.
and like maybe run some tests on it. I mean,
And what did we learn from Fenton? She got very suddenly sick.
Yeah.
If it's poison,
but
then this might be more than one murder.
But didn't he say that it wasn't suspiciously so? That she got sick earlier this spring, but not suspiciously so.
I thought he
No,
said
he
it
said
was
very
suspicious.
suddenly.
So maybe somebody here has gotten really into learning about poisoning and killing the mother, whose name I suddenly can't remember, was like their first step, and then they sort of realized that they had like some other loose ends, and they have like a more effective poison now because they've been like working on it over time. Rose, that's her name. I knew that the whole time, and that's what I said.
I think we should definitely, whoever here is good at like determining alchemical things, should take a look at the tea. I agree with that.
Alara raises her hand.
Yeah, because you'll kind of nod over to her.
Vary will like motion to where she set down the tray.
If we can figure out what it is, then maybe we can try to trace it back, see where it came from. I mean, just see what we can figure out.
If we were faster, I might have had the power to bring him back, but I think we might have been too slow. What I did will, I mean, basically it'll give him a week before the timer starts again on him rotting.
Alara goes to where Fairy put down the tray.
If it is, the will does say his name. It's possible we could pay a more powerful cleric than I to bring him back to life.
Oh,
Good.
yeah, possibly.
I just don't. It's too long.
Yeah.
She starts pulling out all of her alchemical tools.
Okay. We'll go ahead and treat this sort of just like as a ritual because it'll take a little bit for you to perform all of the testing that gets done. Is there anything else you guys would like to do in the meantime? Any other places in the room you'd like to search or
Yeah, fuck it. I'll
anything?
rifle through his fucking belongings, like his trunk and stuff. See what I find.
Okay.
Go in his drawers.
I'll look a little more into the desk.
I'll be like kind of careful about it so that I can put things back. Like I'm not
Yeah.
just throwing stuff everywhere, but I'll
Right.
start doing that.
Yeah, the
Okay.
same thing. I don't want to upturn drawers, but I want to rifle through and see if anything catches my eye.
Okay.
Jackin, can you help
Um,
me?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting there with Alara to help her, and I'm gonna give her a guidance as well.
Sounds good. So as you guys are doing your search, in the desk, when you're looking through drawers, you also find a pair of dice made out of bleached bone, a deck of what appears to be very well used cards, and a golden snuff box that might be worth some money because it is made out of gold.
Mhm.
When you're looking through the trunk and such with his belongings, you find a half-empty bottle of a very expensive wine, and a string purse that's made out of this sort of burgundy leather that has 13 gold, 54 silver pieces, 9 copper pieces, and 3 white-colored gems that might be worth something.
Mm-mm. I resist the temptation and I put it back where I found it
Okay.
because even though Dakin's paying attention to what Alara's doing, I can't face the judgment.
What does Vosti do?
Was it a regular set of deck of cards?
Yeah, it just looks like he's used them a whole bunch.
Okay, he'll put those back, but he's going to walk over to the chemist
Mm-hmm.
and give them the snuff box
Okay.
and say, I'm not sure if he ingested any of this prior to his death, but this was in the desk.
Yeah, I'll
Maybe
give them
test
also
that.
the wine.
Thanks.
Gwen, just
Uh-huh.
out of curiosity, what is going on here on the map? It looks like fucking.
Oh, okay. So remember how I told you I was working on making like this very custom map and then it just kept like failing and everything?
That's a
I
remnant.
accidentally forgot to turn off a level that had
Okay.
some shelving on it. So
And
it's
so
just
there's
current.
also not a reason why these boards are this way.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I wasn't sure because, murder mystery.
Trapdoor.
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, this is a loose floorboard, kind of shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The murderer's hiding under the floor.
Give me a roll with your alchemy tools. And you can go ahead and use the guidance, and since you're having assistance, it can be with advantage. And then also describe what does it look like when Alara is doing this?
Well, she adjusts her glasses on her face, and she's got tweezers, and her little vials are set up in a little stand, and she's got some regular water in one. She puts a couple droppers in there. She's got, her controls. you know, we know this is water, so this one's good. And then they brought the wine over, so she puts some wine in a vial, mixing things around, grinding things up in her little mortar and pestle.
Okay.
It's all science-y over here, bitches.
Damn, who you calling a bitch?
So, it takes a while, and a lot of it is because, it's testing different things for different sorts of reactions to see what sort of, if anything, turns up. And after several minutes, it's probably closer to 20, you come to a conclusion that there is poison present in the teacup, that it's an organic poison, and something that needs to be prepared but doesn't travel very well. So if it's a poisonous plant, it's probably a poisonous plant somewhere on the grounds.
Aha! I think
Stop.
I think I've got it.
That's crazy.
Uh-huh.
Adjusts glasses again. The tea was definitely poisoned. It's from something nearby. So I think we could look around the grounds. If we're interested in finding out exactly what it was.
I'm telling you, somebody got really into poisoning.
You hear a soft knock at the door.
Hello?
It's Akeshi.
Yes?
I was coming to check on you and see if there's anything that you needed further. Like, is there any place? Sorry. If you still need your privacy, I'll just wait out here.
I look around at everyone else.
And you hear his little shuffling footsteps moving away.
Do we want to ask him questions now?
Before we do we want me? I can put this zone of truth down right here in this room, and we could bring them in here.
How long does it last?
10 minutes, but I could do it potentially 3 times.
Maybe not here where there's, scene of the crime.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe just into the... We're on the 2nd floor?
You're on the top floor.
Top floor. We just find like another room, like a seating room.
To
kind of peek
be
its head up.
honest,
Sorry,
I don't know if I want to have it inside the house.
you could do it out on the front steps.
I feel like it might be better if it's out in the open.
Well, we want to
Okay.
kind of spring it on them that that's what we're doing, or maybe don't tell them that that's what we're doing.
I don't think we tell them at all.
It only lasts 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm. But I could do it 3 times, so potentially up to 30 minutes of an area with truth, the zone of truth.
Right. Where should we have it then? Inside or outside?
Can I ask what your concern is on having it inside is?
Well, everyone seems to be dying in here.
Yeah, but I mean, if we stay with it, I mean, what's...
I suppose. But there may be more secrets inside this house and more eyes and ears that we're aware of. That we're not aware of, I bet.
No, no.
Right.
Like, why don't we do it out on, just like, out on the steps? Or just in front of them?
Sure.
Alright. Do we want to seal this door off and kind of contain this for now? Maybe have Skiv Rocks be on guard, just in case, like, invisible somewhere, so if somebody shows up and starts trying to get in, he can come and alert us.
Looks up from trying on like a very fancy, oversized silk shirt with ruffle cuffs.
You know, I don't think that's your color.
Oh, it's blue. I thought maybe just more blue.
It's just too much blue for you.
Yeah,
Too
get like
blue.
Gotta get like a
Oh.
complementing color.
Skiv
Oh.
Rocks, it's sized for 3 of you.
Well, I figured I could also, use my wings. Did have room to flap.
Buddy, why don't we get you your own silk shirt that isn't blue? Not a good color on you.
Deal. And he climbs out of it. Skip Rocks will remember this.
There will be consequences for this action.
This will follow you into the next chapter.
I agree, though, Valerius. We should keep this room closed. I don't want anyone doing anything to the body that will prevent us from learning more. Or me from... If someone... He lowers his voice. If someone comes in here and cuts the head off, I won't be able to speak to him if we need to.
Okay. That's fair.
I'm just saying. I know it's not likely because they're using poison. They're not going to butcher a head, but just...
But it's something
the
to keep in
prospects
mind
there.
if they try to mutilate it. They might try to butcher it, but they could take something and cave it in. So...
Very...
Yes.
Do you still have the bag with all the sand?
Yes. And
Let's
the
pour a
eagle
circle
pearl.
around him.
Okay.
Just in case. If he gets possessed or something, this will be such a mess.
Start putting
As if it's
sand
not
around
already a
him.
mess.
Okay.
No, I know it is, but...
You make a little lightly consecrated circle around the body.
While you're doing your little thing outside, do you want me to look around the grounds and see if I can find what was used, or do we particularly care?
You should.
Yeah, I mean... Might churn something up.
So is someone staying here to watch the room?
Do we want to have Skiv Rocks do that? Because I don't want to leave any of us alone.
Oh, I
Invisible?
don't mind doing it.
If somebody, anyone, comes in here,
Uh-huh.
you immediately come find us and let us know.
All right.
I'm gonna
Still
step
invisible?
out of the room and find a window and crack it open for
Mhm.
him.
There is a window over here. As you step out and you're approaching what you were moving towards, they were glass cabinets full of just these taxidermied animals. Now that you are
Ugh.
actually taking a moment to look, and it's impressive, but their glassy eyes kind of seem to follow you as you walk past.
I don't like this place. And then I'll crack open a window for
Mhm.
Skivrock so he can easily exit if it's still.
Okay. Easily done. Akeshi's just sort of standing there with his hands folded in front of him, watching you move past, but he's sort of, I think, giving off the impression that he's waiting to be addressed.
Just as everyone else leaves the room, Dax will just kneel and give a quick prayer for Caspian. And follow out and close the door.
Okay. Outside of the hallway, you guys all now see those taxidermy creatures. Further up in this direction, you can see that there's some extra doors leading off, and it seems that perhaps the whole entire grounds are sort of circling around, like you had seen on the middle floor when you went around to the dining room in the back. That there's maybe like a courtyard in the central space. Just to let you know, I spoke with everybody, and they've sequestered themselves, and for their safety have locked themselves in their room. But I have the master keys that will let you enter should you need to speak with them. And he holds up like a big key ring.
It's appreciated.
Excellent.
Thank you.
On this floor, you'll find Miss Celestia, just here on the other side of the landing, and he points. And then further along in that direction, Miss Prunelia, the ward. Now, I'm happy to come along with you if you need a guide, but beyond Miss Prunelia's room, you'll find 3 doors there, and I would caution you against going inside. A lightning bolt struck one of the towers, and it's not very stable. It's partially collapsed.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Akeshi. May I ask, who does the grounds work around here?
Medrin Karsk is his name. He is out at the groundskeeper. He has that little house near the gates that I think that you must have passed by. That's where he is. And the only other person on the grounds would be Timmy, who has a small apartment above the stables.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
And he'll take the key ring.
But if you would prefer that I just wait, I can be downstairs in my room on the first floor. That's where you'll find us. The rest of us, I mean, is down on the ground floor. But it has been agreed upon because of the fact that you were the only ones who were really outside of the keep at the time that this occurred, that you're the ones that are most trustworthy to not have been involved. So, well, anything that you can do will set everyone's mind at ease. And I also understand if you would prefer that I also sequester myself.
Yes, probably.
All right. Well, the other things you'll find on this floor are the nursery and the good woman's bedroom that Rose used to occupy. As well as some guest rooms and also a storage cupboard. But good luck. I hope that you are successful. And I will be downstairs should you need anything. And he starts hobbling away.
Thank you, Akeshi.
Yes.
All right. What do we?
Do we think we should still enact our previous plan, Valerius, to see if we can locate a second one?
I think so.
It
So
feels
want me-
like not much reason to do this unless you're deeply afraid there is a second one.
Hmm.
I mean, what does everyone think? I think at the very least it's worth cutting off the list or checking off the list. Because if we find one, he's kind of speaking obviously a little quieter amongst them. Find one, great. If we don't, that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist. It's just not here. So I can go into the house and we can do it, but if you guys don't think that it's a worthwhile venture,
Everyone just silently is percolating.
You all have basically the run of the house at this point. And so far as you're aware, anybody who is potentially involved has been locked into their rooms. So you have a little potentially some breathing room to make some plans or to like set a stage if you want to, and then
Why
you know where to
don't-
find people.
why don't we start with going down to where the servants are, where the food and the tea and everything is prepared? Start questioning down there, because the poison had to get to him some way.
Mm-hmm.
Start with who brought the tea, did he make it himself? Who's been in and out of this particular kitchen within the past hour?
And I think we should make some time after we've made the rounds here to speak to the groundskeeper.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't know anything about some strange plant that's been grown here used as a poison, at least he'll know something about the fucked up greenhouse we just saw.
Alara,
Sure.
were you able to determine how fast acting this poison would have been?
Was I able to determine how fast acting this poison would have been?
You're not exactly sure because you haven't specifically identified it, but any poison given in enough quantity could be very fast acting. So if the intention was to get rid of him very quickly, then that could have been done. You guys can make as a group if you want to, or individually, you can either make a history or a medicine check.
I'm so good at history.
You should do the history.
Yes.
I'm gonna do the history. I want that bad.
These are some good rolls,
These
guys.
are pretty good.
Really good rolls.
I mean, mine are shit options.
You just gotta.
Well,
It's a group one.
sure.
Okay.
Might as well
Like
toss mine out.
as you guys are considering the possibility along with the suspicion that got mentioned before that perhaps Rose had also been murdered, you didn't sense any kind of like sickness in Caspian before you left to go and question Mr. Fenton. He wasn't coughing. He didn't look like sallow faced. There wasn't any like purple around his nose or his mouth that indicated he wasn't getting enough oxygen. So you imagine whatever poison was employed was a dose of whatever it was enough to kill him in one go.
I'm not positive until I can figure out exactly what was used. But this seemed pretty fast acting in my humble herbalist opinion. And I'm not trying to talk down on anybody's lifestyle, but these don't seem to be the kind of people who brewed their own tea. So I think we definitely should start downstairs.
All right, let's head that way. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go down there, see who's down there, if anyone,
Mhm.
and look around the room, do our own little investigation, and then we'll pull. What was her name?
Nell or
Nell.
Daisy?
We could pull both, one at a time, and do the circle outside, and then just start questioning. So I guess let's head down to like the kitchen, servants' quarter, or wherever it is that this place has.
Should somebody make sure to lock Akeshi's door while we're down there?
Yeah, probably not a bad idea.
Since everybody else is sequestered away.
Mhm.
Yeah, go do that.
Oh. We don't even need to send you into the house, Valerius. We can just put it in the bag.
True. That's very true. You want to do that really quick while we're walking downstairs? Or how long do you need to do that?
I can do it instantly. I think I get maybe 10 minutes. And if I don't find it before then, I probably won't find it. But I think if we're here, I could sense the whole of the house. Not the whole of the grounds, but the whole of the house.
Let's do that then, just right here really quick. Or as quick as we can, I should say.
What are you up to? What are you
Yeah, what are we doing? I'm confused.
testing and what is
We're
it?
quick slamming the will into the bag of holding, and I'm gonna do a locate object on the last will and testament of Rose Amandian Black Raven.
Okay. What is it, other than like knowing that it is probably written on paper, what is it that you are using as sort of like your focus to ensure that you're not just like failing to scry the one will that you've actually seen and held on to?
I think I'm focusing on. I'm just trying to focus on like not the date we know written on the one we have, and also focus on a difference in specifically Caspian's section.
Okay. Then go ahead. You can cast as you would like to. And what does it look like specifically when Dakin is attempting to? Ooh, that's a fancy effect we haven't seen. Locate object.
I think he takes out this small broken compass that he has that he uses for one or two of his spells, and he just sort of holds it up. And the point of the compass glows like a very subtle silver color, and then it just starts to spin and point to the direction away from me the object would be, if there is one in the range.
And it starts to spin, and it's spinning faster and faster as it's attempting to grasp on to what Dakin is holding in his mind as his focus. And then it begins to slow and slow and slow until it finally hangs suspended, just pointing down at the ground. You have a sense that the object was failed to be located.
Well, I'll keep focusing on this. Maybe by luck it's buried out in the garden and I'll notice it through the walls. But I don't sense it here.
All right, so should we head downstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good try though.
You guys make your way down the multiple flights of stairs to the ground floor once again. And find yourself once more in the grand hallway. It's you can hear the ticking of a clock that's positioned sort of near the door. Oh, it's good rocks. It's peaking. And it's just ticking loudly. And in fact, its ticking has seemed to like follow you into different areas of the house. But you can go where you please. You can see that there's several ways to get out of this area as you make your way downstairs. Not excluding the front door.
Gonna kind of check this door over here and see what's in there. Oh.
You can see it leads out into a courtyard, and maybe just at sort of the edge of your vision. I'm actually going to adjust something real quick. From just because of the angle that you're at, you can see glass walls of what might be like a conservatory.
Interesting. Not quite what we're looking for at the moment.
The floor in this area immediately is very different. It's a much more utilitarian tile. You can see the kitchen, and down the hall what seems to be maybe servants' quarters. The kitchen itself is really neat and orderly. The pots and pans and cooking utensils and everything are all hung in their place along the walls. You can see herbs and plants on drying racks that are sort of hanging from the ceiling. There's a bench with a large butcher block, and it's got a meat cleaver that's been sort of like stabbed into it. And there's a huge wrought iron stove that's in one of the corners, and it's flanked by a bunch of workbenches that are brimming with like flasks and jars of various things.
Start looking around in here, see if there's anything out of place.
Sure.
Anything that catches his eye that might be connected.
You can go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Great.
Nothing is like really standing out to you so much. Like you're trying to find things that you wouldn't find in like Verona's kitchen.
Mhm.
And so far, at least the things that your eyes are passing over seem pretty standard.
Okay. He's just gonna keep looking around in here.
Okay.
While other people are doing stuff.
There's a door in front of you. And then there were also 2 doors down here. When you open it and look down, you can see basically what looks like a cellar for food storage.
I call up. Someone want to come down here and help me look around in here?
Fair.
Okay.
Kitchen. I couldn't see a whole
hear
lot in there,
his-
but my eyes are a little dense.
Ah. Okay,
Like-
I'll look around. What were you looking for exactly?
I'm just trying to see if, like, I could find anything that seems connected. Maybe like a shelf of cups that might have shown where the one that he got came from. Just little anything. I'm kind of just looking.
Do I see any teas, herbs?
Yeah, there's a bunch of dried herbs and plants hanging from the ceiling from little racks. And jars and such sort of like laid out on work tables and everything. So there's quite a lot. If you want, you can give me a survival check to see if anything stands out to you. What's Vosti doing?
Fosty's been murdered.
Yeah, I guess so. When you're looking at one of the clay pots and sort of sniffing through it, you identify that what's inside of it are dried black rot leaves, and you know those to be poisonous.
Aha!
You don't have to do that every time.
I think I found it. Val?
Fucking talking to myself. Yes.
I think I found it.
Oh shit. Did you do the sniff snuff?
I sniffed.
Valerius, you can also give another investigation check while you're down there if you'd like to.
I'm using my fucking inspiration on that.
I
Okay.
might as well start looking around elsewhere as well.
There is no god.
Seems normal. You can see the servants' hall. This seems to be where they gather to eat.
This is what I sniffed. And I like show him the little clay pot. It's black rot leaves.
Fitting name. All right. Hold on to it. Or we
Do
can
you-
put the pot in the bag.
Yeah, if you want me to put it in the bag.
Yeah, just hold the bag open.
Puts in bag.
Beyond this door that you're standing in front of, you can hear sort of like a shuffling around. Like sounds like somebody's pacing on the other side. Very.
Are you looking for anything in particular in here?
Looking.
What's this
Uh,
door?
Go ahead and give me a investigation check, Alara. You go ahead and give me a perception check, Barry.
Try to perceive.
Nothing is standing out to you too much either, Alara. It just looks like food storage. You don't really hear anything from the other side of the door there. Maybe like just some skittering, but you can't tell if that's from the other side of the door or just like vermin in the walls.
Is it locked?
You have access to, with Valerius, basically a ring of skeleton keys.
Yeah,
that'll get
I
you
just
through
want to know
any
if this
door.
one is locked.
Do you try it?
Yeah.
It's not locked.
Just looks like food storage to me.
All right.
the room that you have stepped into, Very, and you can see it from where you're standing there, Vosti, and possibly you as well, Deck, and at least a little sliver of it, is a room that consists of like large gray and white marble tiles, and a lot of it is sort of occupied by furniture that's been covered with old white sheets. Everything in this space is covered with dust. Like you can see, like you're leaving little footprints in the dust as you come in. There is like layers of cobwebs hanging between the sheets and the walls. And there is on the back of a chair that's also covered in a sheet, like a weird something red that catches your eye. But it's very obvious that this room has not been used for anything for a very long time.
And I don't see like any footprints or anything from other people who might have come through here at all.
You do see though that there's like rubble and everything at the far end from the collapsed tower.
And these are stairs.
When you move closer to that, like sort of broken tower area, you can see that there is a door over to this side that's been boarded up, and there's also some windows that have been boarded up because the glass is sort of shattered out of them from what had occurred. The room is filled with like wet, sooty beams and the rotting remains of furniture that were collapsed upon. And you can see like going up, there's like holes in the ceiling leading up to upper levels.
These doors here. Hello?
Yes.
Are
They
these
are doors.
doors? Oh.
Uh-huh.
Can I
And they're
try
glass.
one?
You can see
Oh.
out. There's like plants and everything beyond.
Okay.
And as you open the door, it looks like it's a conservatory. So basically like a little sunroom / greenhouse attached to the building itself.
Are these also glass doors?
Yep. You can push it open. The room itself, the conservatory, had like green stained glass sort of walling everything in. It looks like it was an extension that got added onto the castle as you're sort of looking around in the gardens. It seems pretty well tended. There's, nice little benches to sit on out here.
Okay.
If you want to, you can do like a nature check, if that's interesting to you.
Sure.
Some of the flowers that were in the conservatory, and the plants there caught your eye because you recognize them from your mother's conservatory, and some of them you were told like for a very long time, like don't mess around with these guys because they're toxic, and can be poisonous.
Okay.
What are you doing in the kitchen?
Yes.
While you guys continue looking around in here, I'm going to go outside and see if I can find where these may be growing.
Laura,
Yes?
I just walked through a conservatory that's growing flowers around the corner there, and I recognized some flowers to be the same type that Mother used to grow, and she warned us that it was toxic, that it could be poisonous. Maybe start there first?
Yeah, can you show me where they were?
Yes. And I go and show her.
Okay.
And I go
Leader
along.
on.
Do you want me to click and
Yeah.
drag? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I've got short legs. Hold
All right.
on.
Go ahead and give me a nature check, Alara.
Ugh.
Okay. Yeah, to Vosti's reporting, there are some toxic or plants that would be considered poisonous in here. A lot of them are just because they're ornamental or decorative, and they also have like a toxic quality to them, but most people can, keep them around and not have them be perilous at all. But you do notice that there are some other like actually poisonous plants that are growing in here that really don't have any other purpose other than poison. Go ahead and give me a survival check. Um, One of the plants that you identify are white star lilies, which do have a decorative quality, but they're also called death lilies because they can be so poisonous.
Say
Very
death lilies.
Death lilies.
Do I know whether black rot leaves come from anything in here specifically?
No, they don't.
I make note of the different poisonous things in here.
But you can give me a history check if you'd like to.
You know what? I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
Well,
You recall your earlier deduction that whatever poison was used in the cup, it isn't one that travels well. It can't really be stored. So it sort of has to be prepared and
Oh.
used.
Do any of these smell like what I was smelling from the tea?
It's difficult to sort of pinpoint any smells that aren't just the general scent of the conservatory itself. And you're not quite sure if it's safe to like stick your nose like into the pollen of them to try and get individual sniffies.
And do I have any past information about the white star lily other than also being called death lilies?
That's really you haven't really messed around with it too very much for yourself, and Verona really didn't have any reason to keep it.
Do I see like any freshly cut white star lily plants? Anything like in the dirt where they're growing, like a scrap of clothing or just anything that, because if it has to be recently collected.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check. Dakin, what are you up to?
This is less helpful to the actual investigation, but over here, this is where the tower that fell is, correct?
Correct. Correct.
Can Dakin, just looking at it,
Mhm.
does it seem like that story's true? That it was just struck by lightning and broke off, and not that perhaps something else might have happened to it? Like, does it look consistent with a lightning strike?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Huge, massive. That's
You
impeccable.
do see like the beams that are there are sooty, so and kind of blackened. There was a fire present which could have broken out because it was struck by lightning. Alara, you can see that there have been some somewhat recent and then more recent snippings of some of these lilies, but right next to them is also another plant, which is a vanilla orchid, and they kind of look similar. And those have also had some recent snippings.
Alara motions for Vosti to come over, and she kind of like points, look, these have been cut recently, and these are also called death lilies.
Interesting.
And it has to be something that was prepared recently, because the poison that was used cannot be stored. So I gave Valerius a clay pot of, I mean, yes, it was poison, but not what was used in this case.
Valerius, what are you up to?
I feel like Bayri is probably like just kind of still looking around in like the front of the castle and stuff, and kind of seeing where all
Okay.
like this stuff leads.
And Val
Sure.
is not leaving her alone. Just sticking with her.
Mm-hmm. The doors that you are in front of right now, you don't find any of those to be locked. Although no door is locked to you at this point because you have a means of getting through.
Goes out, yeah, into the courtyard.
The room you just walked into looks to be maybe like a guard room that may or may not be of current use. You can see that there is like old pieces of armor and weaponry, including 2 full suits of plate armor and halberds that are sort of mounted on each side of the door. And there's several dusty trunks that have been stacked along the wall. It looks actually more like this place is now just being used as extra storage.
Oh, where was the good lady's room again? Was it on that top floor or the middle or top?
The top. Mm-hmm.
Well, I kind of want to go into Rose's room.
I would like to as well. You want to do it?
Yeah, I think that's what you and I should do.
Alright, let's go.
So let me ask, do you guys want to continue to separate yourselves from each other?
Well, when you put it like that.
Well,
Well, I think if Vosti and Ilara were done in the conservatory with the flower pot in Mr. Orange.
I fear I cannot be influenced by this out of character question. Yes, we're going
True.
to that. We're
Yes.
we're
Okay.
doing it. And
Okay.
I mean, like, I'm not being quiet about it, so like if they came like around here and we're listening, like they could hear us going up the stairs and stuff.
Stomp, stomp, stomp.
Yeah, we're stomping.
Stomp.
To that end, just because you have been in this conservatory for a while, the sweet smell of the flowers that are growing here is kind of becoming like a little overwhelming for you, Alara and Vosti, particularly you, Alara, because you have a sensitive snaz.
Schnalls.
Aw.
My sniffer snoffer needs a break. There's too much in here. Maybe we
Right,
should go
let's-
find the others and I can tell them what I found in here.
Sure.
Going up.
We going.
You see Dakin as you're walking past through there in front of another door.
Hey guys, bye guys.
Hey.
Hello. Goodbye.
Bye.
When you open the door, you can see it looks out into a courtyard that seems to be cared for.
Do you know where Val and Vay are?
I left them by the front.
Stomp.
You can hear.
I think I could hear his heavy-ass
going
boots
upstairs.
going up the stairs. Ever since he got that armor, he's clinking and clanking more than ever.
Yeah, it's impossible to keep him quiet. Are you guys gonna rush to join them?
Should we go figure out where they're going? Should we go out here? I mean, I saw him look out here earlier.
Yeah, it doesn't... I'll catch up with you guys. For some reason, I feel like I should look out here.
All right.
Okay. I don't know that we should be alone, but okay.
What, are they gonna throw poison into my mouth?
That's not the only way to die. Bye.
And a shambling heap begins to eat again. I'm going to move some of you to the upper level. Dakin, I'm going to try and keep you down here. Give me just a second, guys.
Just so I can uncover the map. Oh. Never mind.
Which room is it?
You don't know.
Well,
She's the lady of the house. Didn't she have like a? Didn't you think she'd have a big, probably like one of the nicer rooms?
well, maybe.
Start looking.
While
for
you
like
guys are investigating, what is Dakin doing?
I wanted to look out here and see...
Oh,
Close that one.
oh,
I just wanted to look if there's anything that's like not outside stuff out here, like something someone might have left outside by accident while they were in the courtyard.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation.
Stop running away from me, guys. I have information.
run! She's chasing us.
You look around. Nothing really jumps out to you as being like abnormal for a courtyard, as familiar as Dakin is with courtyards. He does see that basically there's sort of like a trail that is available. I'm gonna take away your ability to open doors. A trail that kind of leads from
Why are
over
you
here near
opening
the
them? You
kitchen
don't have Val
door
with you.
Want to see the map?
to the conservatory and back. Like this seems to be the most common
Stop.
trek that gets made, but nothing else really stands out to you as abnormal.
Can I look and see if I can discern the most recent, like, footsteps on the path from the conservatory to the kitchen?
Yeah. You see primarily two sets of footprints, but you don't know who they might belong to. They are definitely not Akeshi's because his feet are different.
Large and clawed.
Yes. And they also seem smaller, so likely not Caspians.
And that's both of the sets? Are both 2 sets of smaller feet?
Yes.
Okay. With that, he'll just close the door behind him and head down and up the stairs to try and catch up with everyone else.
Okay. I will bring everybody here then. As you guys have been sort of like stomping through, peeking indoors and everything like that, you can hear Dakin making his way up to you.
Quick, guys,
I
hide
don't
in this room.
have any idea
Nope.
what doors you've been opening or closing.
I don't think any of the doors that Splooey opened should count because he was
No,
just
I
going
just
around
want to
trying
see
to
the
see
fucking map.
Yeah, but you're freaking metagaming, bitch.
No, I'm not.
Didn't
See the
Akeshi-
map?
To know what's in the rooms?
No, just to be
Yes.
able to see it.
But have you guys
Sorry.
gone into any of the rooms?
No. Didn't Akeshi tell us like what direction Rose's room was in? Because he said that Celestia was over here, and then Prunelia was up here, and then he said something about where Rose's room was.
Yeah, he had pointed along the hallway north of Caspian's room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's where I would have been then. Let's check the corner room.
You do see what looks like a well-appointed room for, comparatively to the rest of this place. There is a bed that has been kept like clean and tidy, but there is a smell to this room that hits you even though you haven't even stepped in yet, Alara. That's just sort of like this like sour, sickly smell of long-term illness that still kind of lingers in the air. There is a large 4-poster bed with like heavy velvet curtains that have been sort of drawn around it. And a chest of drawers, a tall wardrobe, and a vanity desk with a large oval mirror in a wooden frame. Next to the desk, you can see a white painted wicker sewing basket.
I want to kind of just like, rifle through her belongings like a little motherfucker. Little bitch.
Okay.
Alara will
I'm investigating.
cover her nose before she steps through the door and kind of take everything in, and if she sees that Vay needs help somewhere, she'll help. Otherwise, she's just kind of looking around too.
Sure. Can I, just as a pause for the game, ask that if you guys are going to split, can you not be in more than 2 groups, just so I can keep track of where you're looking and make sure that I'm not leaving anybody behind?
No, I think Valerius would have still been with me. I just don't think
I was
he
with you.
clocked that I went all the way over here.
Yeah, I was reading spell descriptions.
So, yeah, you can split up, just no more than 2 groups. Otherwise, it gets a little bit hard. And try and stay on the same floor if possible. Vosti, are you sticking with them?
I was also just standing still.
Vosti?
What?
Are you sticking with them?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just move you over that direction then. The investigation that you just rolled. Okay.
23.
Yeah. So, the little sewing basket has sewing equipment, materials that are used for like needlework and embroidery. You do notice that the pins in one of the boxes have tiny but like perfectly cut green emeralds for the pin heads. And you think that could potentially be worth quite a lot. It's sort of a remnant of their former wealth. that she still held on to. The drawers and the wardrobe are filled with old dresses that are beautiful, but they're also kind of threadbare. And there's also a collection of bonnets and hats.
Mm-hmm. Do I find much at like her desk at all?
Really, doesn't seem that she kept any real paperwork in this space.
These motherfuckers don't want me to read.
It's also becoming clear that like the top floor seems to be like where the bedrooms of either the family or guests would be. That the middle floor where you guys stayed and where the dining room was maybe is more of like the utility rooms of the house that are for the family, but where they do all of their stuff. So there might be something like a study down there. And then the ground floor is where the servants do a lot of their work.
Well, I'd like to try to look for a study since there's not much in her room. Hello?
Folks might be
dying.
muted.
You say that again? I was fucking dying.
I said I would like to go look for a study since there's not much in her room.
Yeah, let's go look. We're on the second floor, right?
Third floor.
Third. Okay, I can remember how high up we went. Yeah, let's go look.
Yeah, I would like to go down to the second floor because I think this is just the bedroom.
Okay, do it. Start stomping, clink, 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 clink.
I am gonna just stand in a little central, like, oh never mind. It's not the same map. Can't just take us where we need to go.
It is not. But you guys are making your way down to the second floor?
Yeah, I assume everyone is just coming with since we were all together.
Of course. I'm just going to activate you guys there.
Second floor activated.
So you remember this front door immediately in front of you is where the sitting room is?
Yes.
And then on the opposite side is the dining room.
Yeah. I'll walk up to the door on the opposite side of the sitting room. Open that one up.
Okay. Sorry, you guys haven't been here since it was nighttime, so I'm just turning on the lights real quick. The room that you come to and that you're opening up, it looks like a parlor. It's a little bit more intimate than the sitting room that you were in. There's a handful of chairs that are pretty comfortable looking, and it's next to like a low oval coffee table that looks like it's made out of maybe a darker wood. There's a small writing desk and a matching bookcase in another corner. And then the tall windows have curtains that are made of this very thin white fabric that is kind of shifting a little bit. It feels a little bit upsetting. Because it kind of looks like it's animated.
Oh. Hex this door.
In this room, you see what appears to be like a music room.
Ooh. What I'm looking for, so I keep going.
I steal the harp. No, I'm kidding.
Oh. Big long room. Ah!
When you peek in there, you see basically what looks like a portrait gallery. And there had been some talk the prior night about looking at like family pictures. And it's a long room. It's a long corridor with 2 large arched windows and dozens of oil paintings in muted colors in various sizes. This feels awkwardly familiar to you, Very, from a recent memory.
I walk away.
Yeah. Some of the paintings look like they're starting to sort of get eaten up by mildew.
Yuck.
Yucky, yucky.
Store. Oh, this is that broken ass tower. Forgot. Close that one right
Forgot.
away. Sprinting.
This looks like a library, perhaps.
Well, I'll have to come back
okay.
here.
Mhm.
Maybe. Well,
I'll go
be a
in.
place to check.
I want to just identify what everything is before I
Mhm.
decide what I want to do.
Looking in here, this looks like a drawing room. So, similar to a parlor or sitting room, just a little bit bigger. It did have a desk in the corner.
Oops.
And then this looks like a study.
There we go.
This is where I will investigate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, just so you sort of get a sense of the space, in the middle of the room, you can see this elegant writing desk that's got these sort of broad, curved legs that end in bird claws, which also reminds you guys of things that are upsetting from very recently. There are neat piles of parchments and envelopes arranged on the desk next to a quill that has been fitted with like a little silver nib. And there is just like a very luxurious looking writing stand that sort of tilts up the page so it's easier to write it on. As you're sort of looking around, and anybody else can make a perception check or an investigation check if you'd like to. You do notice that the writing desk has 2 drawers. Next to it are chairs for visitors. There's a reading armchair near the window. A pair of bookcases that are filled with thick volumes, and a large landscape painting that looks like it's depicting farmers in vast fields above a fireplace that's in the corner.
Is there anything in the drawers?
Yes. One of the drawers contains what look to be personal letters from, or the correspondence between Rose and Mr. Fenton.
Okay, I
So
wanna
those are there.
look at those.
The other one seems to be locked.
And none of the keys seem to do anything.
No, those seem to be too big for this.
I try to lockpick it. Because I'm nosy.
Dakin. Go ahead and roll a thieves tool check. Dakin, the papers and the envelopes from where you're standing and like the light that's coming in, they have a powder on them that you notice.
Am I gonna die?
Fuck, she's dead.
You are able to open up the other one, and it seems to be more correspondence. This seems to be just older. And one of them is you can, when you like look at the envelope, it's coming from Daisy.
Ooh, I open it up.
Okay.
There was dust on
A powder.
a powder on
Mhm.
on what Vary's like actively reading right now.
Well, you're not sure about the papers that are in her hands, but on the papers that are like stacked on top of the desk that she's puttering around in.
Okay, not from the
yes.
drawer.
Mhm.
Okay. I'll pop over, but go ahead to her. But I'll pop over and start looking at that.
You can give me a nature check. The the letter that you're reading is kind of just sort of like, how you doing? Here's what's been going on. It seems to be from like several years ago because it's referring to the children.
Mhm.
What catches your eye
Mhm.
is the sign off, which is your sister, Daisy.
Holy fuck, Daisy is her sister.
The Daisy that got the sewing kit?
Interesting.
Like Daisy the housekeeper.
Yeah, she got a sewing kit in the will that Val
Yeah.
read.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, she signed this letter and it says your sister Daisy.
Well, I don't think what I gave you earlier in the kitchen is what was used in the poison in the tea. I actually
okay.
think it was a white star lily. They're also known as death lilies, and I saw
Oh.
some fresh cuttings in the conservatory.
Okay.
I wonder if we talked to people, if they would tell us who spends the most time in the conservatory.
Mhm.
I would imagine people would notice if you were in there a lot, no?
Yeah. Start with people that spend most time around the house, which is like the staff.
I saw 2 sets of footprints walking the path from the conservatory to the kitchen. They were both small feet, small shoes. Definitely not Akeshi
Didn't
or Caspian.
was it Akeshi that said that there was someone named Timmy lived
Yeah,
in
he's the
Yeah,
one
we
with
saw
the
him outside. He's the
apartment.
one who helped us with the body.
Right, okay. That was who
The
that
little
was.
boy.
Do we want to check with him? He's
A
little.
teenager.
Well, how little of footprints? Like petite
I
as in
assumed
the feet of a woman or small as in like a younger boy?
like a small as in foot of a woman
So
from what
like
it looked like. Timmy is outside mostly. I don't think he comes into he lives above the stables. I don't think he comes in the house much.
so like Celestia, Prunelia,
Also,
Daisy and Nell.
yeah. Also, can you see this? And he sort of like doesn't touch it, but like gestures down to the desk. There's like a fine pale yellow powder all over this. Do you see it?
Oh, I snap my fingers and I'm like, Alara.
Can I get you to um roll roll your herbalism tools? It's leaning in that direction, Dakin.
Myself?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. I'm messaging to you.
And when Vay calls for her, Alara comes over and looks.
You can also see the fine yellow dust that Dakin has pointed out, and then Veri's got letters in her hand. Did you go through the letters in the first drawer or just the one in the lock drawer?
All of them.
Okay. Dakin, as you're sort of contemplating this, you realize that there's something that is got that like that yellow coloring to it, and then there's something else that's been mixed with it. The yellow coloring looks like maybe something that's like made of pollen or a ground up pistil from the center of a flower. something like that. And then the other looks like something that was used to stabilize it.
As in to make it travel better?
Yes.
I think I was right. I think she was poisoned too. Just over a longer period of time.
Ooh, like I said.
Don't breathe that in.
Just as she was about to get down and sniff it, she steps back.
So it seems like it's kind of like I said, right? Like they poisoned her over time, because that's a little bit less suspicious than outright killing. And then with these latest ones, it's like whoever is doing it needs them dead quickly. So like a larger quantity.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. They used a second powder or something to stabilize it so it would stay. So that I guess when she came to her study, she would be breathing it in.
What this sort of helps you to conclude, Alara, is that if it was basically cut with something that was stabilizing it, that would make it much, much weaker as well. So it would have to like be a constant. If they're trying to get somebody sick or to poison them, they would have to be dealing with it constantly in order to actually feel the effects. The other letters, other than the one from Daisy, as you're reading through those, it becomes very clear that Rose had indeed set up a second will, that she was planning on signing once she had like fully agreed to it. And you can see that there was one like piece that was never fully sent, but there was like a comment that basically said, I plan to keep it here at the castle.
Okay. Well, she definitely did write a new version of the will according to these letters with Mr. Fenton. And it seems like she wanted to keep it here.
But no
castle.
indication of where here.
No.
Well, with the weakness that this particular poison has to be, the person that was doing it, they had to be in contact with it a lot. So maybe I can smell something on said person.
Well, maybe we should start talking to people.
Yeah, I think we should too.
For clarity, Dem would need to have a extended contact with it for it to have any effect.
I mean, are there, in these letters that you're looking at, are there a lot of letters from one specific person? Is it a mix? Are there any?
Well,
Like,
it seems like a lot of correspondence with Mr. Fenton, the first set of letters that I found, and the second are just kind of some older ones, like from a longer time ago. I would like maybe to start with Daisy. Now that we know that that's Rose's sister.
maybe she felt shafted only getting a sewing kit. And she was the one that was in Caspian's room with the tea tray. What do you think, brother? And Alara looks to Vosti.
Sounds like a good place to start.
Can I get everybody to roll just a base intelligence check?
I'm not very smart.
I don't know why you're saying that. Like you don't have the highest intelligence
Fuck
score.
you, dude.
Valerius,
Mm-hmm.
standing next to the desk and looking at the sheets of parchment that have been identified as being poisoned, and then taking note of the letters that Very was reading, and specifically the unsent letter. It's the same paper.
Say that one more time. The unsent letter
Is the same stationery as the papers that are on the desk that you've identified are poisoned.
Okay, then I relay that. Guys, these are same papers as the letter.
I drop the letter that I've been holding and reading.
I turn and I grab Very's shoulder and I immediately cast protection from poison.
Okay. How long does
it's an
Go ahead and
hour.
click it.
It's it's an hour, and basically if she was to be poisoned at that point, it neutralizes the poison.
Okay.
I'll shove the letter in with the consecrated sand because I don't want somebody to get it.
Hold on, I'm gonna do that again, but I'm not gonna consume it because I could have targeted her.
Sure. I'm just refunding.
There you go.
And this one I'll have it consume. Yeah, when the spell sort of washes over you, Very, you can see that like splotches on your hands and fingertips and like up onto your sleeves sort of like glow gold for a second, and then it dissipates.
Okay. No one touches any of this shit.
I put it all in with the sand.
Right down. Go ahead.
No, you.
Oh, I was just gonna say, do we head downstairs to go get Daisy?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
We'll head to Daisy first.
Okay. Let's go ahead, since this is a good point, and the characters are heading downstairs, but we'll go ahead and take our break.
Woo.
Woo!
Don't go anywhere, chat.
Yeah, don't go anywhere or else.
Yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Hey, welcome back. So we've made some discoveries, and Very was saved from a poisoning.
Tell the truth, how sick would I have gotten?
It would have not been good.
Oh, sweet.
Mhm. So you guys are making your way downstairs to
To talk to
try and find Daisy.
Mhm.
Okay. Go ahead and just send you guys all in that direction right
As
now.
as we're walking and just kind of between ourselves,
Mhm.
Valerius will kind of pipe up and be like, "So how do we want to approach this?"
Well, that's a really good question. I do want to talk to her about being related to Rose and, Rose's sickness and whatnot and kind of gauge what she knows. Maybe we could ask her since, well, the servants' quarter is, close to
Mm-hmm.
the doors that Dakin said he looked through. We can ask her who goes out there the most.
Okay.
I mean, who knows what she'll tell us, to be honest.
And then do you want me to do the zone of truth still?
No.
You guys all think I should do that?
I think you should wait until she gives you reason to.
All right.
Yeah, Alara looks a little unsure.
Okay. As you guys make your way downstairs, based on your prior sort of exploration, some of you know there's a hall that leads off to the east side of the building. There was one room you didn't really check into that was that was on the west side of the building where you heard some pacing near the kitchen.
Mm-hmm. I suppose I also remember when we were at the graveyard. Someone consulted their notes when they were on break. And there was that grave that was really well kept.
Yes.
The one that you went over and looked at while we were waiting on the boys to come back?
Yes. For Viola Lenore Gray. I would like to know what people know of her.
All right.
Because her grave is very well kept. I'm not sure who's doing that and really who she is. So. Knock, knock.
Yes? You hear what sounds like Nell on the other side.
Shit, it's fucking Nell. Well,
Pardon?
Nell, where is Daisy's room?
It's in the the eastern hallway, nearest to the back tower that's collapsed.
Oh, thank you. We'll be back.
Sure?
Clink, 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 clink. This one?
No, that
Or
goes
this
into
one?
it, I think. Knock, knock.
You hear Nell again. No.
Nell teleported into this room.
It's the secret passageways.
I knock on this door. Gwen, are you muted on purpose?
No, I'm yelling at Jeeves. Yes? You hear from inside? This does sound like Daisy.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah, you're good.
You walk in and
Sounds
Daisy's
like-
just butt-ass naked stepping out of a bathtub. Just one moment.
Sounds like Jeeves is being naughty.
Jeeves is being Jeeves. He's a little old man.
Jeeves.
He's a little old man.
And Clementine shows up right on cue.
Clementine's like, you talking about someone else, huh?
And my naughty old man is sitting next to me whining.
Clementine has nothing to complain about because I was feeling really nice when I woke up this morning and I gave her 2 cans of wet food. And you know what she did? She slurped up all the gravy and left all the chicken in the bowl. So it's just all sitting in the bowl still. Anyway.
Sorry. Thank you for that. The room that you go into where Daisy is standing, there's a curtain that runs down the middle of it that's dividing it into, from your perspective, sort of a front half and a back half. Behind the curtain, you can see like just a neatly made little simple bed, and there's a chest of drawers at the foot of it. There is also a washing stand with like a urine pitcher, and they kind of look like well taken care of. There's like little blue painted flowers on them, so they seem like something of value to her. The room in front of the curtain also has a simple table with an oil lamp, 2 chairs, a little corner cabinet that has yarn and thread and ribbons and other sewing things, and a chest of drawers as well. And Daisy's standing there in front of the curtain next to the chest of drawers, just sort of wringing her hands. She looks worried.
I lounge in a chair.
Okay.
You don't mind, right?
No, I guess not.
We've been walking around a lot, trying to figure out what's going on.
I see. She sort of glances towards the hallway, wondering who else is there.
Valerius would step in just inside the door and kind of lean on the door frame, just not like blocking her exit or anyone trying to come in, just but he's there at the door. And the first thing he's gonna do is just kind of scan his eyes around the room, not like intrusively dig through anything, but just look to see if there's anything open that looks like a little vessel that might have this fucking powder shit in it that she might.
Or if any of her
like,
stuff has powder on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Alara kind of like pokes her head in, is doing much the same, looking for any like alchemical, herbalist, mortar, pestle kind of things in here, while like they're all doing that at the same time.
Okay, she just continues to stand there nervously as everybody's just like scanning their eyes over her belongings.
Well,
Go ahead and do a perception check.
quick question.
Yes.
Is there anybody in this house that spends an odd amount of time in the conservatory?
An odd
Or-
amount of time
Yeah,
in the
like
conservatory?
just pretty often. Or maybe, you know, who really goes there at all?
Well, Nell, the cook, has a number of herbs that she keeps out there for cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Prunelia likes to enjoy the conservatory. She tends to be quite private and just sort of tucks herself where no one else is, if she can. You guys don't see anything from just your glance around, because I'm assuming you're not tossing the place in front of her. You're not seeing anything like suspicious out and about. You don't see any alchemy or herbalist tools or any vials that don't make sense, or powder.
When Rose was suddenly ill, could you maybe describe to me, like, how sudden? Like, was it just night and day? Or was it a little slower than that?
It wasn't really night and day. It was just sort of there was an onset
Mhm.
where she started feeling unwell and weaker, but it wasn't, she was on her feet one day and then couldn't get out of bed the next, if that's what you mean.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering. I guess, well, you had prepared some tea, right? Was it, or did Nell prepare the tea? And you just brought it up.
Well, yes, I delivered the tea up to Caspian. He had just wanted something to sort of settle his nerves. I guess he'd had um an interesting conversation with you, and he also wasn't feeling very well after the reading. I guess he was disappointed.
Ah, yeah. Well, I can see why. You know.
But he had alerted the kitchen, and when it was ready, I took the tray up to him. And that was really that. I was coming to get the tray again and take it back down to the kitchen, and that's when I found him.
How much time passed between when you got the tea and then went to go get the tray back?
Well, not too terribly long. He doesn't like cold tea, so he usually drinks it while it's still hot, but he had requested some before he went up to his room after the lot of you had left. He'd come back into the dining room and asked Nell to fetch it for him, and then went upstairs.
Totally unrelated question, but I've been wondering, because as you know, when that all went down, we were sort of dealing with the body that we had brought with us, Mr. Fenton. There was a really well-kept grave out there for a Viola. Who was she?
I don't know. I don't really go out to the graveyard. I don't really have a need to.
Insight check.
Go ahead.
I lied.
She doesn't seem to be deceiving you.
So how long have you worked here?
Well, for several years I have. Not luckily, I had known some friends of Rose, and when she was looking for a housekeeper, she had sent word to them just mentioning it, and they knew that I was in search of a job. And then I traveled here. Gosh, it must have been probably at this point about 10 years ago now.
Is it weird being under the employ of your sister?
I'm sorry?
Yes, Rose, your sister.
I don't.
Yeah, I want to insight check what she looks like when Vary says that.
Go ahead. She looks startled, and guilty a little bit, because like she's trying to hide this, and then she sort of just, please don't tell anyone else.
Well, I won't, but I do need some honesty from you about, well, the goings-on around here, and, you know, in exchange for your honesty, I can keep a secret.
Well, I have been honest. It's just that, well, it's for my sister's sake that I don't want this getting out.
Why?
I
Yeah,
know
why?
that she isn't alive, but she doesn't want it to be her legacy that she was just born a farmer. That's what our family is. We had managed to before she married the Goodman, our family had managed to begin trading and become quite wealthy as merchants. And so that stood very well for her when she and Raziel were getting married. But after their marriage, our family fell on hard times. There was an unfortunate disaster and a storm that just eradicated our inventory, and we never really were able to recover. So because of that, she sent for me. I admit that I probably actually wasn't very well suited for this position when she brought me into it, but she just wanted to take care of me.
Hmm.
By leaving you simply a sewing kit in her will?
Uh, very.
Yeah, the emeralds. So it was.
I
Well,
well, we both enjoyed that. She does also look kind of disappointed, but
well, the sewing kit is not all that bad. I think you'll find that there's some wealth involved.
she did have some very nice ribbons and floss and things, and that can be hard to come by.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well,
But I just don't want anybody to think that the reason I have this job is because she was my sister. I mean, it is, but I also like dedicated myself to doing well at this job.
oh, yes, I don't doubt that. Don't worry, I won't be sharing this little information with anybody. Provided I don't find out that there's information that you're keeping from us. The more we ask you questions. Why? Okay. Okay, so you don't know who Viola is. Is there anybody else here who's secretly related to Rose under the employment, or is it just you?
No.
Okay. Who exactly is Prunelia again to the family?
She's the ward of good woman Rose. She had met her as a young girl while visiting one of her good friends near the capital, and they'd got along quite well, so she had invited her to come and stay and sort of learn the ways of a large house, although I don't know that Prunelli has ever been particularly interested.
Mysterious girl, huh?
She, I think, just has never felt particularly comfortable around Caspian and Celestia.
Well, it's probably
Even though
on
they're the same
account of
age.
Celestia being kind of stuck up and Caspian having been absent for some time.
Well, they all grew up together here.
Well, what was it like for her growing up?
I imagine you'd have to talk to her, but she always just, like I said, seemed to prefer to keep her own company. I think that the siblings were more inclined to play with each other and perhaps, as children do, look down on her a bit because she was a ward and not a Black Raven.
Well, does anyone else have any questions?
Alara looks across the doorway to Vosti.
Do you have a picture of your sister before she died?
There's one hanging upstairs in the portrait gallery. I don't keep anything like that here in my rooms.
Do you mind if we look around a bit? I don't mean to intrude on your room. I just want to make sure that you're not being harmed. Perhaps by something.
Yes, go ahead. Whatever it is that you need to do. I was rather hoping that she sort of just backs her way into a corner to get out of the way. I was hoping that you would prove Caspian right. I would prefer that he have taken over and not his sister.
Well, there was definitely another will.
Well, I hope you find it. Though I'm not sure if it will necessarily do any good.
While they're like looking around the room, Valerius is gonna ask her. Let me ask you a question. Is there anybody here in the household that you would say maybe doesn't like you, perhaps, that you butt heads with?
Not really.
Sour tasting with?
I imagine, as it seems to be the case, if Miss does inherit this place, I will be looking for work because I'm certain she'll want to hire more servants and then probably somebody more to her taste than me. You don't, again, as you're sort of like looking through stuff, you just see what looks to be housekeeper's belongings. There's nothing in here that seems suspicious.
Can I approach her and kind of like hold out my hand, indicating I'd like to take her hands in mine and look them over and kind of sniff her to see if, I'm smelling any of the poison, seeing like anything on her hands?
Okay, so you do this. She is like,
I mean, I
she
walk
doesn't
over,
look.
may I? And I like hold out my hand. I'm
She,
not
like,
like grabbing it or anything.
Gingerly sets her hand in yours because she's not quite sure where this is leading. And then when you start to sniff, she's just like, okay. But you can go ahead and do a perception check if you'd like to. You can smell very faintly the last remnants of the tea, but she handled it because she carried the tray around and had the cup rattling on the tray and everything. And probably picked it up from where it had been.
Okay. And then I give like a thank you nod, and then I, gently put her hand down and step back out into the hallway.
She kind of looks at everybody else like, is that a normal thing?
That's how she greets people.
Fairy just nods as she's looking around at stuff.
Did you check her study? Rosa's study.
Yes.
That's where I would suppose if she was keeping an important document where she would have kept it.
Don't think that she did keep it in there.
Oh.
Dakin will lean in the door.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anywhere else in the house she was particularly fond for?
Rose?
Yeah.
Well, everywhere really. I mean, she was mostly her study and her rooms were the places that she frequented, I suppose, the most, but she did like the music room, and to walk about in the courtyard, and so I mean, this was her home, so she went anywhere she really pleased, but once she was definitely sick, she mostly was just in her room.
Can I ask you what was in the destroyed tower?
It was just more rooms. We used to have another set of guest rooms on the upper floor, part of the ballroom here, and then in the middle floor there was just basically another sort of study, I guess, is really what it was used for. It was just sort of like a smoking den. Um, that some of them used to attend to after dinner.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, we might be back.
I suppose I'll just be here.
Valerius will step out of the room.
Lock her in.
Oh, you know what? Actually, one thing that you would have noticed in there, on her belt, is another like large key ring, very similar to the one Akeshi gave you.
When we all get outside and start walking down the hallway, I'll make
Mhm.
sure to point that out to everybody.
Should we go in and
Do you
take it
lock
from
her back in again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that it matters.
Should we go get it from her? How does everyone? I mean, he's kind of pull him away from the door for a second. How do we feel about that?
Well, I'm very interested in talking to Nell and Prunelia.
Start with Nell.
Yes.
Know where she is?
Yes, she's the room I originally knocked on.
Right. Okay. Let's go do that then.
Come on, brothers. The investigation rages on.
Knock, knock, knock.
Yes?
Hello, Nell.
Oh, hello.
I lounge on the chair.
Come in. This room that you guys, I'm gonna drag the boys over.
Is that a cat on her bed?
Yes, there is a cat on her bed. The room
Woof,
is
woof,
like
woof, woof.
over furnished but cozy. There's a single bed with a thick quilted cover and several wool blankets, and there's a large fluffy orange cat sleeping in the middle of it. You can see that the walls are covered with several frames that contain like pressed wildflowers. In the corner, there's a table with a large teapot that smells a little bit like raspberry to your nose, Alara. There's several shelves over the bed which are decorated with porcelain plates and little secondhand cookbooks, that sort of thing. Look, come in. What's happened? I was told that there was something happened to Caspian, and we were to stay in our rooms.
Ah, yes. Well, it would seem that somebody has murdered Caspian. And then I insight check her reaction.
Okay, go ahead.
Ugh.
She's
She doesn't
flabbergasted.
even care.
Hey,
Do
you
you
get
know who?
inspiration.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't.
Oh.
I mean, I've got ideas percolating in my head and whatnot. I don't know why
Oh my
everybody
goodness.
makes me in charge of these questionings. I'm so horrible at this.
Well, anybody can come in. She like moves and sits on the foot of her bed and scoops up this gigantic fat orange cat and plops him in her lap.
Well, so,
Polaris will step in.
we've been talking to some others.
Mhm.
How long have you worked here?
Oh, some time. I mean, I was hired on shortly after the children were born.
Okay. Out of curiosity, just because, I'm wondering. We were in the graveyard prior to this occurrence. Who is Viola?
Viola? Oh, I don't know that
I
name.
insight check that one.
Go ahead.
I shit my pants.
Please, the people with good insight, I need you.
She seemed genuinely confused.
I'm
Okay.
muted. I wanted to jump in on that as well.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, insight.
You know what I just remembered?
What?
Oh my god.
She genuinely doesn't know that name. I've got this. So you guys can actually see who you're talking to. I forgot. Oh, and he's dead. I'll
Oh.
just delete him.
Well, that was
Okay.
rude.
How long has that the people who are at the stable, how long have they been here?
I'm not certain how long it's been since Medrin was hired. And Timmy just came in from town. He was brought up actually just shortly before the Goodman passed. So I guess that would be 13 years now for Timmy, and then Medrin's been around for longer than that. I just don't quite remember. Nothing stands out in my head as to when he took over from the last.
Right. And what's the reason that Timmy lives here?
He was hired as a farmhand.
Thanks. I don't pay
Eventually. I mean, he was sort of apprenticed under Medrin and the last stable keep. And then he...
From a young age?
Yes.
Jeez, you guys taking a lot of people here.
It takes a lot of people to run a big house. We used to have actually quite a lot more staff.
Well, I just mean it seems that, there's Prunelia and there's this Timmy who, like Timmy came here to apprentice from a really young age. Prunelia became a ward from a young age and has now grown up here. It's just interesting. Right. You prepared the tea, right?
I did.
What kind of tea was it?
It was just his preferred tea, which is raspberry mint. And I set it out, and then I had to go and get some cuttings from the conservatory for dinner.
What did you get from the conservatory for dinner?
Vanilla. I'm planning on putting together a side dish, a little tart.
Um. So you frequent the conservatory, obviously, for herbs and whatnot. Is it just herbs
Yes.
that you deal with?
Well, there's a number of other plants there, but that's what I'm primarily concerned with is the horticultural plants, the ones that actually have a use beyond decoration. I don't really like going out into the rose garden. That's where the garden used to be, but having the conservatory is so much more handy. I'm very glad that we
Rose
built that.
garden. Where is the rose garden?
It's back the direction that you went towards the graveyard, I think is where I had heard that you'd gone.
Mhm.
If you had instead sort of hung more of a left, you would have eventually been there. I'm sure if you'd looked in that direction, you would have seen it. You just might not have known what it was you were looking at because it's a little bit overgrown. Well, quite a lot overgrown, actually.
Gotcha. Actually, the graveyard was a bit scary.
Is it?
Yeah.
I would guess that most graveyards are a little bit scary. It's with, dead
yeah.
people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I know Prunelia also frequents the conservatory. What does she do? She just hangs out there, or
Primarily, she likes to read out there.
she doesn't tend to any of the plants?
I've never really discussed it with her, and she's not the most social of creatures, but when I'm out there, she's usually just reading, or sometimes just looking out the window.
Mm.
Do you have any suspects?
Oh, everybody.
Oh,
Yes.
well,
you're also on the list because you made tea.
well, I will. I mean, the pot that's right there next to you is the exact same kettle that I brewed it in, and I've been drinking from it all morning. So
I snap my fingers. Alara!
He doesn't make it outwardly obvious, but Valerius is getting ready to fucking pounce on Nell if he has to make sure she isn't fucking poisoned.
Well,
Alara pokes her head in. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What do you need?
oh, this kettle here is, where the tea was prepared. Just figured you could.
Yeah. And she'll walk over and look it over, sniff it.
Well, it's just I don't mean to accuse you, but well, it would seem that potentially that tea had something to do with it.
Well, I can't. I mean, I admit that I did leave Caspian's cup unattended, and came back to my room just to do some tidying and some reading, and like I said, take some clippings from the conservatory for ingredients. So, I mean, anybody could have come in and done it. Not that I'm not trying to like do anything other than, protest and declare my innocence.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to give a perception check, Alara? It smells like raspberry mint tea. And as you're looking, you don't really see any residues that are strange to that type of tea. And I also wouldn't have anything to gain from either of them dying suddenly. Like I know that Caspian was wanting to contest the will, but that wouldn't change what I got out of it. certainly would continue to work here. I mean, I've known both of the children for their entire lives. Either one of them could do a perfectly fine job looking over this castle. It wouldn't affect me in one way whatsoever.
Ah, so you don't have a preference between the two.
I'm perfectly indifferent. I certainly don't want Caspian dead. I would prefer that they have, come to some sort of reconciliation with each other the way that he claims that he did with his mother, and then everybody just lived happily ever after, and then I'd have a lot of people to cook for.
Hmm.
You get into any spats with anyone around here? Anyone that you think might not maybe have a problem with you?
Well, no, I can't really think of anybody that has any issue with me. I mean, no, I truly can't. Daisy and I get along just fine. Keshi is pleasant with everybody. I mean, Caspian had just come back into town, so I was getting to know him again. He's changed quite a bit since he was a child. Brunelli, like I said, she sort of isolates herself. I don't really deal with Medrin or Timmy all that often. Timmy sometimes comes in for. He's sweet enough, and Celestia has her little dalliances, which are. Everything seems fine in the house. I don't know.
Kind of look over to the others with like a not confused, but like definitely like a pondering look.
Can I ask you, Nell, what happened between the siblings? From what Daisy said, it seemed like they got along quite well as children.
Well, I think it really just comes down to what they want out of life. I think that Caspian has never really wanted to be tied down to a place, and I think that the most useful thing that he found that he could get from this keep and his family was the title itself and any money that could be gleaned from it, and in her own way, Celestia is somewhat the same, but she's much more dutiful and has done a lot to keep the house, especially in her mother's illness. So it's really just that I think Celestia is a little bit more traditional, perhaps, than Caspian was. But they each had their own purposes for this place, and I think perhaps Celestia also was just hurt, I suppose, by the fact that her brother just left and went off to have adventure, and she felt like she had to stay.
Ah. Well, I'm gonna have a look around your room.
Well, I suppose if you feel you need to, should I step out?
No, you're good. You can sit right there. I'm just gonna look around.
Okay. And where is it that you're searching?
Just kind of looking through all her stuff, and then kind of seeing also at the same time if I see any residue around on any of her things.
Okay. You don't really see anything that looks like a residue at all. That's similar to what you were seeing on the paperwork. Like you can see that there's like traces of like cooking materials, like flour and stuff like that have sort of just like left its trace on things that hasn't yet been cleaned up. But it, nothing that looks suspicious in that way. One of the things that you notice as you're sort of searching near her and she's like looking put off a little bit is one of the cookbooks that's up there, the the cover that's on it doesn't really match the thickness of the book. It seems like it's perhaps too big.
I'll grab it.
Oh, uh, what's
Oh.
that?
You don't know what it is?
Oh, I've gathered some books
I
from
open
all
it
around,
up.
and it looked like it
I'm-
was.
I'm just staring at her.
It's it's handwritten, and it's all in primordial.
Ooh, I can read it.
Mm-hmm. And you see a lot of like recipes, but also like peculiar procedures of various arcane sorts. And like as a warlock, this seems very grimoire-y.
Why do you have a grimoire?
Well, is that what you would call it? It's just a recipe book. It's been passed down in my family for just generations, and it's got like I said, recipes and cures for common ailments, and I've
Point
never
to-
looked past page 6.
Insight
point to-
check.
That's funny.
ahead.
I don't think I've ever said, "Oh, what's that?" to a book passed down generations through my family.
I will point to Vosti and Alara and point to the door as if, like, kind of trying to say, just keep an eye. And Valerius, right where he's standing, is going to cast Zone of Truth.
Okay.
Damn, that feels like
Not-
a waste.
Not ever, she's lying. Never have I ever looked at beyond page 6.
Oh, that looks so fucking
Okay,
cool.
that's kind of cool.
That's so cool.
Crying
Alara
and
will
being
step
inside
up.
the zone of truth.
We'll step up to the
Uh.
door, and as she's moving up to the door, she pulls Vosti right next to her.
Bitch.
That's not a critical, but it was a success. So the zone of truth is not having an effect on her. However, that when she like made that proclamation, she was not telling the truth.
Oh, come on, Nell. Why are you lying to me?
Well, I might have glanced at it a couple of times just for scientific purposes only.
Scientific purposes for a maid.
And okay, maybe there was just one time that I perhaps attempted something, and it was for a good cause, you understand. And she's like frantically petting her cat, which now that Liz is drawing attention to this creature, this orange cat has like one sort of like milky white eye. Valerius, now that you're closer to him, like it kind of smells dead a little bit.
I cast, or not cast, but I use a divine sense.
Okay. This cat is undead.
So, the minute his eyes would like flare, he'd be like looking at her, and then his eyes would look down to the cat, and then look back up to her, and then he'd point to the cat. So what is that?
Okay. So all right. I'll confess everything.
Okay.
Okay. 3 years ago, poor little Jupiter here was hunting mice in the ruined tower, and unfortunately, she fell to her death. And she, her little feline body, we had to bury it in the pet cemetery, of course. Although I've never really liked that area. And then I decided that
Oh my god.
I went to the cemetery one night. Please don't judge me. I love this cat so much. And I discovered that old ritual, and so I took 7 black candles and laid them out. And I tried to cast the ritual to just bring her back to life. But unfortunately, she just sort of like, well, I think I almost succeeded. I mean, she's sort of alive right now. She just sort of clawed herself out of the grave. But she's sort of blind in this eye, and she's her personality's a little bit different. And she's never really, I can't quite get the smell out of her fur. But I
Where-
told everybody else that I just found another cat that looked similar and adopted her, and,
Where in the book is that incantation?
How
Well-
close is the pet cemetery to the graveyard?
oh, it's along the northern wall.
Yeah.
Are you sure that your cat is the only thing that you brought back?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so.
Well, it's just that there's a large presence of undead in the entire graveyard.
I don't think I did anything to that. I mean, I only put the little candles around Jupiter's grave.
I flip through the book and I look for this ritual.
Yeah, see if it mentions any sort of like range or anything like that, or
Even
You-
this stuff is in Primordial?
Yes.
Okay, so I can just read it.
Yes.
In my recollection,
Um,
is there like a circle of torches or lights around the graveyard?
No. You don't recall seeing anything of that. Like, you find basically a ritual. It's not sort of the divine version of the ritual, but a ritual of resurrection. And like reading through it, you believe that if somebody who is skilled had attempted it, then it would have worked, and it would have just simply brought an animal back to life. It doesn't look like it would have worked on like a humanoid or anything like that. So, like she was trying within the scope of it, and she probably just lacked the skill.
So, outside of this, what is your relationship with the arcane?
Well, like I said, that this was handed down through my family.
Before you
the-
continue, I'm just gonna make a small statement. Every lie that is told and every half truth will be treated as a lie. And when we find out you're lying, the cat goes back to the graveyard, and he kind of just rests his hand on the hilt of his sword.
She holds Jupiter closer to herself, like, no.
All right, so then
Oh.
you better keep honest.
Coolest thing that Valeris has ever done.
Oh my god! I've never seen
I don't give a
Alara
shit.
looks
like this
stunned
before.
from the doorway.
I don't give a shit if you keep it, but the minute you start keeping this from us, he's gone.
All right.
She.
Whatever. It.
And
Look.
and Vey is like standing uncomfortably close to her with this like book in her hands.
It could very well be said that the Tintigels are, we will say, evilly inclined witches and warlocks. But I try very good. There's a temptation, but like I said, although it's inviting, I've only ever done anything from after page 6 in order to get little Jupiter back.
And what'd you say the last name was?
Tintigel. I'll put it into chat.
If you have this temptation, why do you keep this book?
Well, because the recipes in the front are actually very useful.
Alara looks towards Vey. What are those recipes?
Look back.
They look like they're just medicinal things. There's like a healing potion recipe, like burn creams, various healing ointments, and then also like recipes for, desserts.
Is there a death tea potion in there? Alara does not say that.
No, so there's medicine stuff.
Is there
and
anything that uses the?
desserts.
Did Laura say out? No, she did. Is there anything in there about the use of the white lily,
White star lily.
white star lily? Any of those ingredients?
Flips through.
No, that's a very poisonous plant.
Well, you have it out in the conservatory.
Right
Yes,
next
it's
to the
decorative.
vanilla.
It's decorative, but I know the difference.
Did you plant it?
No, it was, I don't know who picked out that flower, but it was one of the flowers that were planted when we constructed the conservatory 5 or so years ago.
And who had a hand in the construction of this conservatory? Did the lady order that directly?
Yes, it was just decided that it would be a nice add-on. The last real improvement that was made, it was the following year that the tower was struck. And I recall that she was greatly disappointed because if we hadn't spent the money on the conservatory, we might have been able to get it repaired. This cat is looking at you with its one good eye, like oddly intelligently.
Oh. It feels like you might have put a person in your cat.
No. She's just a little bit smarter than she used to be, but
Yeah, probably because
she's
it's not
just a
your
cat.
cat.
no.
What are the
it's
personality changes?
well, like I said, she's a little bit smarter. She knows when things are needed. Like if I need to add more of a seasoning to a dish, she is already fetching it and carrying it over in her little mouth and everything. And she is a very good protector. If anybody comes around, she hisses. She doesn't like strangers. She is very opposed to the graveyard, actually.
Well, no wonder, because
Yeah.
there's a bunch of other undead shit there.
You know, one other thing. I don't know if you're aware, but there's a haunting that is going on here at the castle, and the white lady comes, and before she shows up, Jupiter always seems to know it and starts yowling. I think she knows when ghosts are coming.
Well, I wonder why. Yeah, I don't think that's your cat, but, it's fine. And then she'll slide the book back where it was.
I think we fucking take it.
No, it was passed down in her family. I would feel really rude. What's she gonna do? Try to bring back her cat again?
Well, if she only
She
needs the
lies to us.
first 6 pages, right?
Well,
You don't need the temptation, do you?
I really feel like it might be bad luck if we steal that.
You really shouldn't break up a grimoire.
Yes.
If it was safe to just have this information out in the world, I probably would have gotten rid of the book myself.
If your cat dies again, get a new cat.
Well, the
Can we
cat
quote
is
that, please?
dead still. It's undead.
I understand, it can die again.
Well, it's so smart. How could it? Anyway, I'm not taking her
Celestia
grimoire.
leaves the castle at night sometimes.
Wait, what'd she say? Say that again?
What?
Misdirection.
Daisy
leaves
did
the
mention something
castle
about
at night?
dalliances. Does she go to town?
I think that she meets somebody occasionally, and haven't told anybody else about this. It's it is her business, but also I think it's if she is meeting someone and having a little tryst or something, that's probably good to have a little bit of romance instead of just her duties. Live a little bit of a separate life for herself.
Wait, who did she say left?
Celestia.
Celestia.
Celestia. Okay.
And
You-
how do
she
you know
sneaks
that
out of
she's sneaking
Well,
out?
she sneaks out of the door, in the servants' hall, and
Ooh.
she has no other reason to come down here.
Where does she go from there? Does anyone know?
I've never followed her, and I don't think anybody else knows. Everyone else lives on the other side of the house.
Hmm. Well,
Have you ever heard her come back?
Yes, I mean it's always at night. She's never gone for like too particularly long, perhaps several hours at most if it's, in the deep of winter when there's a long stretch of night, but mostly maybe an hour or two. I mean, I suppose actually she probably could just be, walking the grounds, so that's not something she has a proclivity for. Perhaps I just made it up to myself that she might be having some sort of romantic liaison as just a hopeful thinking.
Okay. All right.
Phew.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thanks.
So that's really all I know.
Okay, well, I suppose I should leave you in Jupiter, not Jupiter, to, well, whatever you were doing. Pacing?
Are we still to be locked in our rooms?
Yes.
Oh. Well, lunch is going to be much delayed then.
Well, you don't want to get poisoned, right?
Do you think there's poison in the kitchen?
Maybe. And
I
then
don't.
Bayra gives her a little wink and kind of turns around and starts walking towards the door slowly.
Are you intending to be intimidating?
I guess, yeah.
Go ahead and roll and see how.
I don't
see what
know.
that's
I
like.
don't think. I don't. Oh.
She just sort of like chokes on her tongue and just sits back further on the bed.
As that happens, and she says, like, "Do you think people are gonna get poisoned, or whatever?" He kind of just shakes his head as he turns and leaves, and goes, "Yeah, we do think that's the problem with you and me. That's the difference between you and me, I should say."
God, we're being so mean to Nell.
Poor Nell. As you guys step out, the things that you haven't like super dug around into very much is the servants' hall itself. And then there's the 2 staircases that basically lead up to the middle floor. And then there's the Akeshi's room and another little room that you guys passed by when you left Daisy's. What would you like to do?
Did Dakin leave her room?
Just before he pops out, he pulls out a little tiny, like, pull cord pouch of incense and just walks over and puts it over Jupiter's head and just goes, "Please keep this cat alive." And then he walks out of the room.
The cat, like, swats, and you see, like, a little fly, like, fly out of its ear.
Oh.
Alright, well. No, that whole conversation just really made me curious about Prunelia.
Mm-hmm.
But, I would like to talk to the people at the stable, Timmy and Medrin.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they'll know something, they're closer to the graveyard, closer proximity. Maybe it's one of them.
Yeah.
Taking care of Viola's grave.
Don't forget, we still have the groundskeeper down by the gates. It might be him as well.
That
Yeah,
would be
that's
Medrin.
That's Medrin.
Oh, that is Medrin? I for some
Mhm.
reason I remembered a different third name that wasn't one of the ones we talked about.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so Medrin has his own house then that's down by the gate, and then Timmy lives above the stables.
Yes.
Which is much closer, that's like right beside the...
It's
Manor
like a
almost?
short walk because it's far enough away that the smell of the
Yeah,
horses
it's
and
much
stuff wouldn't be
closer.
there, but yes.
And Medrin's place.
Medrin's place isn't too much further than that, and it's kind of, you're just taking like slightly different directions from the front. You're going more directly to the east to get to the stables, whereas you're just going down the path to get to the guardhouse.
I do agree. I think we should talk to Celestia.
I'm just wondering if when she sneaks out, perhaps if Timmy or Medrin have ever noticed.
I mean, depending on where she goes, what direction she goes out of the servants' corner, I would have to at least some point.
Yes.
I would think.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask them before we talk to Celestia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still very curious about Pernelia as well.
Yes, but I don't know why Pernelia feels like the last person I want to ask.
That's fair.
Like, I feel like I want to get more information about her before we talk to her because nobody fucking knows anything about her.
I wish that I had thought about it. I mean, we didn't know she was from Light, but if we did, I could have asked Fenton about it. He might have had an idea.
True.
I'm curious who her family is. If there's some specific reason that she was brought here other than just they got along.
Yeah, like that was kind of a weird answer. Like,
Can I get you guys to roll a perception check? This would be listening based.
Jesus.
Valerius and Vosti, you hear like from behind the door very faintly, like little oh kind of like reactions to the things that you're saying.
Like she's butted up against the door?
I thought we would have
She got a
moved
cup.
away from the door
Yeah,
before
I
we
thought-
started
I
talking.
thought we walked away.
I just didn't move myself.
And yet, there you stood.
So does it seem like she's like like her ears butted up against the door?
100%. You
I-
have a feeling that she's like
Kick the
a
door,
gossip
kick the
that is
Literally exactly
tethering
what I was gonna
herself
do.
down.
I'm just gonna donkey kick the door, not like I'm actually trying to push it in, but to make it like shift an inch or so in the frame to like bump her back or like bop her.
You hear from the other side just like a little
Just ferry everybody down.
Maybe we should continue our
Yeah,
journey.
we start walking. See, I'm also interested in how Timmy came here so young and like, you know, his family and stuff.
Is this the door she's saying that she goes through?
Mhm.
Let's go out. Maybe we can try and estimate her path.
I ain't going nowhere.
Are we going to Timmy?
it seems like there's like a little weird thing. I'm gonna just drag you guys outside.
Okay.
We're all too tall for this door. It's a clown door.
Yeah. Who am I missing?
It's the edge of the
Blue.
earth.
Both.
Oh,
Steve.
no, he was
Oh.
under.
Oh, no,
There
he's
he is.
under.
He was hiding.
He's a rogue now.
The big tall
He carried his
barbarian was
sister out.
hiding under the tiny little warlock.
She was on his shoulders.
Yeah. You guys step out and you're just in, you know, clearly the ground's outside. You guys can make a survival check though if you'd like to look for any worn paths.
I will guide Alara.
Okay. Dakin, you see, it doesn't look like they're, like, it's been trod very recently, but you can see, a trail that sort of heads around to the backside of the castle. and then eventually, if you guys keep following it, sort of wraps around and just kind of keeps going. You can see it sort of veers off towards the stables, and that's sort of like in that direction is when you lose track of it, just because the terrain sort of changes. But it definitely heads like it wraps around the castle.
When he notices like the trail, he just starts following it.
Yeah, Alara follows after.
So you guys don't have to move your tokens if you want to, but you get to a point where you stop being able to track it, and you have the option to basically like keep wrapping around to the front of the keep, or go to the stables, or you can also see in the distance the guardhouse is visible.
Okay, so they're both visible from here. Which from here is there like a path that would lead us towards the rose garden, or is that the other side?
Actually, it basically if you went this direction away from the way that the paths go, that would also take you to
it's the opposite.
the rose garden.
Okay, so it's like okay.
Yeah.
So, do we want to go to Timmy or Medrin first? There is a path, but it ends here. It's not. I can't discern where.
Well, I guess maybe Medrin? Because maybe he can tell us more about Timmy before we talk to Timmy?
Yeah, good call. And honestly, I think if we all walk into that kid's little apartment above the stables, he'll probably be a little panicked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He'll probably... I feel like he'll probably spill his guts. But I'm curious about Medrin. He's been here since before the children were born, I think it was said.
Yes, I want to ask him about Viola.
I feel like someone has to know either about Viola or maybe we should ask someone about the lord of the house. If there's I don't know. He's been dead for so long, but I don't know. And he, as he's saying this, he's just walking towards Medrin's the guardhouse.
Yeah, we're walking.
Okay.
Do we think Viola has some significance to this situation?
It was just so well kept.
I just
she has to be important to someone here.
Yeah. It's more of just I want to know. That rather than I think it's involved. Yeah.
It's a bonus.
I also kind of want to know if Viola is like the dead, like if she's one of the undead people.
Or maybe she's the white lady.
Ooh, yeah, she could be.
Ooh, okay. Good thought. Good thought.
So I'm sort of interested.
Good guess. I'm guessing Cornelia's mother.
Maybe.
Oh, it could be.
But we don't really know like anything about her as far as when she died or anything like that. So I'm kind of just hoping to find anything out about her in general.
No, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something glaringly obvious.
No, just curiosity. Someone's taking care of that grave. I feel it has to be of some relevance, but we just haven't seen it yet.
They're risking going near one of the worst vibed places I've been, other than
there is a
Drulis's
powerful
terrible, no good
undead
spot.
bitch in there.
It's something not good, and I hope that it is buried under the greenhouse, and that's why it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that's why we're not seeing anything when we were there, because everything that got brought up is like still in like a coffin. That's like nailed shut.
Maybe.
The only thing I could think of, because you would expect something that potentially wide. If what she did is what did it, why aren't they all crawling out of the ground?
In good news, I actually don't think that what Nell did would have caused this.
You don't think?
No. I don't think that it could make a humanoid come back.
That fucking good God.
Somebody else is dead.
You see the white lady standing in the middle of the pathway that you guys are taking, and she just lets out this loud scream and then disappears again.
No, it come
As
back.
she's there, is there any notable features of her that we can see, or is it just translucent, amorphous woman?
It's a woman. Her hair is kind of floating all around. It seems not quite like a white blonde and not like black, but it's just sort of like a medium shade of gray.
Long,
And
short.
her longish, as frightening as it can be. It has to be long, and like her dress is kind of fluttering around her, and
Of course.
everything seems like a little bit like lengthened, so she seems like not just ghostly but like ethereal as well. Like she doesn't seem real.
Okay.
Is it like a poof disappear, or does she like float off in a specific direction?
Oh no, she just sort of like disintegrates in front of you.
Materializes.
Mm-hmm.
Can Dakin attempt to discern if that was actually a ghost or if it was potentially an illusion?
How would he do that?
Knowledge is power.
I did not stock detect evil and good. I don't. Maybe, perhaps can he try and look at the way that it vanishes specifically, in that if it seems like it is moving to the ethereal plane or something like that, or if it's just disappearing, as more like an illusion would just kind of like fade away.
Okay, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
Unless this was an illusion specifically crafted to like to trick you from the beginning all the way through to the end, with the dissipation and everything, it did not end like a spell suddenly coming to a conclusion.
Full fade up pop. Okay. And sorry, I remember from the original description when we passed I assume what is the same figure we passed in the carriage when I was driving.
Mm-hmm.
You described them as elvish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the lady of the house was as well elvish because her children are half elves. Is that?
You're not sure. You haven't seen a picture of her, and you haven't asked anybody.
But the children are half elves.
They are half elves.
Okay. Why does she just show up and scream? Why can't any ghost be helpful ever? They're either terrible or annoying.
That was awful. That was awful.
Is that better or worse than a undead cat?
Worse, obviously.
Well, that was
He was just kind of chilling.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I really think that Nell brought back some other spirit into the cat on accident because she's so bad.
Possible. Do you think it is something from the graveyard or something from the book?
I don't really know.
You know, maybe it's like one of her ancestors' spirits trapped in the book because they did a bad thing from page 34, and now they're put into a cat the first time a cat gets resurrected. Yeah. Way past page 6.
Yeah.
Anybody can give me an insight check.
Insight. So good at this.
Was the white lady like in front of us directly in our path, or kind of like off to the side?
Well, with your insight check, you a little bit more so, Dakin, and you very actually, it did become clear that she wasn't like standing directly in front of you, but had you intended to turn off towards the stables, then you would have been running right into her.
Oh shit! Do you go towards the stables?
Do you think maybe she was trying to either A, warn us off of going to the stables, or B, indicating that we were on the correct path by going to talk to Medrin? I mean, she did warn us at the graveyard.
Yeah, but she spoke to me when she didn't want me to do something. It's not like she screamed at me.
Wait, maybe he's in danger.
Oh, yeah. Maybe we should go there.
Dagon's gonna start, like, not running, but much more quickly walking than they were to the guardhouse towards the stables.
Yeah. Which directions?
Come on, brothers.
I'm on my way.
As you're approaching, you can see like Timmy is sort of poking his head out of the stables, and just sort of looking around curiously. And then he notices you guys and just sort of like gives a small smile, and then sort of like just pokes at the ground with the rake that he was using to muck out stalls, probably.
He doesn't seem like he's in any danger.
Well, we are not good at
Timmy.
reading signs from ghosts.
I'll, like, yell a little and wave to, like, gesture to him to come out of the stables towards us.
He waves back and then like looks around and settles his I guess it's more of a pitchfork like against the wall, and then walks out. Hi.
Hi.
You can see
you,
now that he's kind of a little bit closer to you. He is also elven, maybe high elf. Sorry, Alexa decided to remind us of something. Maybe high elf. But he seems like a little bit short, and he walks like awkwardly, like maybe he had an injury or something when he was much younger. So he kind of waddles.
How are
Timmy.
you doing?
Good.
did you hear what happened inside?
There? Caspian got... He's not around anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Insight check. How does it seem like he feels about that?
Go ahead.
That seemed kind of flippant.
Yeah, it seemed a little weird.
Weird way to word it.
It seems like it's just kind of a hyper simplified way of viewing it. Like he's specifically not saying like he died, because that's like sad. And he's just saying, well, he's just not around anymore, because that's nice.
So it seems more like he's being gentle about the topic than he's being flippant about the death.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. We wanted to ask you some things about what's been going on here for a while. You've been working here quite a few years, haven't you?
Yes. Yes.
You're from Sonor?
Yes. Far. Far.
Far? It's not that far, is it?
Far away. But he's kind of like wafting his hand in the direction of town.
Does your family still live there?
I don't know. Maybe.
Haven't been back?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you've been back to town? Or your family?
Both. Here. And he like beckons you. and then turns around and starts walking towards like the far side of the stable. And then there's sort of just like some benches that are set up and like a little tree stump, and he sits on the stump.
I'll follow him in. I'll sort of give like a squinted eye look back to the rest of them, but I'll follow him in. And was there another stump, or did he just sit down on one?
There's benches that are sort of, it's kind of arranged there. And like as you sit, he's sort of like worming his hand into a knothole that's in the stump.
I'm here.
Alara cautiously follows behind.
As you approach, if you don't sit, that's fine. But as you approach, he pulls out a little sack that like immediately starts streaming like little seeds out the bottom. And he turns it upside down and kind of pokes at the hole and like pinches it shut. It looks like it was maybe gnawed on by a mouse or something. And then after pinching it shut, he opens up the other side and then just starts tossing some seeds out, to which there is like an immediate response from birds from the trees nearby and everything coming down to like peck them up.
I reach my hand out to take the bag of seeds from him.
He like holds on
Just
to the little
sitting
hole that he's pinching closed, like as far as he can, like but without like taking his butt off the stump.
I'll take it from him pinching just above where his fingers are, and I'll just start to work my fingers over the hole, casting mending as I'm talking to him.
That seems very impressive. Neat.
So, I wanted to ask you a couple things. I know
Yeah.
you've been around here. You have some trouble remembering some stuff, but I'll ask you about stuff that's happened on the grounds recently. Maybe that'll help a little bit.
Yes, okay.
You know Celestia?
Yes.
Do you ever see her going out late at night, or hear her? Maybe coming to get a horse to head into town, or walking past the stable?
No horses. Medrin says it isn't safe to go alone. Not at night on the grounds.
So you stay up in your house up there all night?
Unless Keshi summons me, I'll do anything for Keshi. He's very nice. Yes.
I agree. He's very nice. What did you think of Caspian?
He was from very, very far away. But then he was here. And then just a little bit there, but mostly here. And then he was very good to good woman Rose when she was sick. Not like a nurse, but like a son. That's what Akeshi says. And then he went away, far away, and then he came back again. And now he isn't here, but it's a different far away.
It is. Akeshi said to you that he was a good son while his mother was sick?
Good woman Rose missed him. Yes.
Dakin actually looks a little sad hearing him say that to anyone who's come in to watch.
Mm-hmm. Noted.
And what do you think about everyone else here, Timmy? Is anyone not nice, like Akeshi? Is anyone mean or cruel to anyone else around here?
I think that Jupiter is scary now. And he like leans forward to whisper, I don't like Medrin.
Why?
Hurts birds.
What? He hurts bird?
Mhm.
What specifically does he do then to me?
He just like lifts his hand and like pantomimes grabbing something invisible and then twisting his hands really quickly to snap its neck.
Oh.
And what birds does he do that to, Timmy?
All the birds, even ravens.
Lay gasp.
Fucked.
Does he do anything else to me? Does he do anything to you?
No, but I throw birdseed here, and he just like sort of gestures around in this area, not there, and he like swings a hand in the direction of the guard house or the gatehouse, and then he can't get them as easily.
You feed them over here to keep them safe.
Yes.
Timmy, do you know who Miss Violet is? The very clean grave over in the graveyard?
Yola.
Is that you who cleans that? Viola? It's Viola.
Yes.
Could you tell me about her?
I can't tell you about it because it's a secret.
Actually, we're really good at secrets.
You are?
Mm-hmm. And I hold out my pinky.
He looks at this like, what?
And then
and then looks
I'll,
at his own pinky.
I'll take his hand and like sort of like try to show him what to do.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. This is something you do when you are entrusting somebody with a secret. Called a
Please don't
pinky
tell
pact.
anyone.
Okay.
If you don't tell anyone and no one else knows, then it's still a secret, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I like to go and visit the lady. She likes it when she has flowers on her grave. And we used to play together. But then the other lady showed up and she's awful.
Oh. So is Viola the lady in white?
Yes, I heard her scream, but I didn't see her.
We saw her. She was screaming at us.
Timmy,
She doesn't like strangers very much.
does she speak to you, Timmy?
Yes.
How often?
Not so often since I can't go back to her grave, but it's very scary there now. It has been for weeks.
But she's kind to you?
Yes, she sings very good songs.
And you said you knew her when she was alive.
No.
No, she plays with you now.
Yes. Well, not now,
Okay.
then, but not a long time ago then. Just then.
I see. Before the lady passed away.
The mean lady.
Rose was mean to you.
Rose? No, she was very nice. I don't know who the mean lady is. She's inside the building, the church, the mausoleum. She's in there and she screams and she throws things and she'll eat you. That's what I've heard. That's what Viola
The
says.
church. The church where? In town?
The graveyard. I think you've been calling it the greenhouse, but it was
Yeah.
a church.
It was it. Why did I think it was a greenhouse? I'm insane.
But yeah, the mausoleum.
Control F greenhouse in my notes 5 times and replace that with mausoleum.
So there's a mean lady inside the mausoleum. And has she also spoken to you?
No. But
Just the screams you've heard.
the lady said not to go near that place because it was dangerous now. Because inside she's very angry.
He'll sort of glance to Alara and Barry, like eyebrow up to see if they have anything they want to add.
Veri will
Alara.
shake her head.
So does Alara.
Looking around, does it look like Timmy does a good job taking care of the stables, like the horses and everything here?
Yeah, it's a really well kept stable, especially considering that like everything else is very decrepit in this on this property. Like the stables are well tended to. And it seems like he cares. It does seem like there's more traces of animals that are not horses that come and go from here. Like you can see where hay has been laid out and there's like little like divots of like nesting that would not be like horse size, that are more like maybe like fox or raccoon size or rabbit size, that kind of thing. But it's clean. Like it doesn't smell badly or anything like that.
How's Rickard looking?
He looks like he got a brushing this morning. He's like chomping away on something that he's liking. He's got like a big bucket of water hanging on the railing of his stall. He looks totally fine. And the carriage, although it's still like got like claw marks all over, it's been washed, so there isn't like blood stains seeping out of it anymore.
You're a good kid, Timmy. You do a good job.
Yeah.
We might be back
Yes.
to ask you something else, but we're gonna go have a talk with your boss.
Okay. Don't tell the secret.
And I will not tell the secret, but maybe I'll sneak in, if I can, a word or two about his treatment of the birds, okay?
Mm. He like shoves his pinky towards Dakin.
I reach my pinky out and
And then he shoves his pinky towards Alara.
She pinky promises right back.
No, you pinky.
And then towards Valerius.
Say again, I'm sorry.
He juts his pinky out towards Valerius.
Yeah, I do it. Shake it.
And then like a little bit more hesitantly, because Vosti is big, he like doesn't jut his pinky out, but he like offers it timidly.
Yeah.
And then he nods, and then he takes the bag back from Dakin and starts inspecting his mending work. With like his little bottom lip like pokes out, and he's like, like, impressive.
Best I could do in a short time. But we'll likely be back. I appreciate you taking care of my friend. And he gestures to Rickard.
Good horse.
Stay here. Stay safe. If you can,
And she
maybe
told me
have
to
an
stay
early
in
night
the stable. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll be back. Try. Don't open the door for anyone but us. All right?
And Akeshi.
Sure. And Akeshi. Just be careful, all right?
Yep. Yep. And he takes a fistful of birdseed and like goes and chucks it towards the trees again.
Starts walking away.
Okay.
So the terrible spirit, whatever undead thing is like probably Rose, right?
I don't know.
She's only been whatever has only been there for a few weeks.
If it's in the mausoleum, it's likely her, but it... he did say it's a woman, so it must be her. There was a moment I considered the possibility it's her husband in there being a ghostly asshole, but...
Do you think if we brought flowers to Viola's grave that she would actually talk to us?
Maybe?
All right, so shall we talk to Medrin now?
I think that she might have been trying to ward us away from Timmy. To protect him, like scare us away from going near him. Yes, I do think we should go talk to the guy who snaps birds' necks for fun.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Especially ravens.
What the fuck?
I wonder why Viola is like so close with Timmy.
I mean, based on that conversation, he seems like one of the only people here who has empathy and doesn't only think about themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, Daisy was wonderful, but she is lying to everyone here. Nell
I'm
had
sure
a book
she still has
that...
secrets.
Yeah, Nell had a book that could have caused untold damage to the people here, and chose to lie to our faces about it while you were holding it. And the rest of them just kind of seem like greedy assholes, other than Akeshi.
Yeah, but I
Which
mean, I
we
don't think
still
that
don't know much
automatically
about.
makes a ghost want to hang out with you just because you're the only nice person. There's got to be a reason that she's just on the grounds like this.
Maybe the
not
previous
settled.
stable hand and they died on the property? Maybe, secret daughter?
They do have a lot of secret family members. I say, as there was one person hiding their identity.
Well, let's go talk to this freak.
Yeah, what the fuck?
The gatekeeper's cottage that you're approaching is a round stone building. It's got a crooked little chimney and small windows. And there's a lot of moss sort of growing over its thatched roof. Next to the cottage, you can see there's two sturdy poles, and there is a mastiff tied in between them. And it's like currently laying down, but as you're approaching, it's kind of got its like face pointed towards the castle and everything, so it's sort of pointed in your directions. There's also between the poles a cord that's been strung, and hanging from it by their necks are 15 dead ravens. Excuse me, they're actually upside down. It's by their feet. And so their wings are sort of hanging slack and kind of moving in the breeze.
He's a fucking freak.
They're all specifically ravens?
At least at this point, that's what he's got hanging up there.
If you're fucking killing birds and you specifically get 15 ravens, you're a freak for sure. Like, there's other birds exist, man. They're around.
This is the Black Raven family.
I keep thinking it's a different ending adjective. Like Blackmore or like something. I keep forgetting it's Black Raven. I've almost misspoke like 11 times.
As you guys get closer to it, within 30 feet, the Mastiff suddenly rears up and goes towards you as long as its 15-foot rope will allow it. So it basically closes half the distance towards you, and it just starts barking loudly. From inside the keep, you hear like, "Shut it! I hear you! I hear you!" And then the door sort of gets tossed open, and Medrin steps out. There's a couple of things that strike you as this half-orc comes into view. A, he's pretty handsome. Like, not really what you would expect from somebody who is kind of just holed away working for this family in like a rotted down place. Like he's got a really good solid jawline, good cheekbones, and like this like sort of rumpled blonde hair that seems a little bit unique. Like he's not Dakin hot, but he's pretty good looking. With his little tusks coming up from his bottom lip. Two, there's no way he's been here since before the kids, or like before the Celestia and Caspian were born, unless he was also a kid, because he doesn't seem that much older than them.
He's handsome and a freak.
When he showed up, he was not like he wasn't hired on as the person in charge. If he showed up before they were born, he was probably like brought on maybe as an apprentice to the prior person who held his position. He was like
Timmy before Timmy was here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He like looks around at each of you and then rolls his eyes. He reaches over and grabs one of the birds off of the line and says, "Steeg," and then just tosses it. The Mastiff catches the bird into its mouth and then like sort of goes back to where it was laying and starts just chomping into it. And you hear like the feathers are flying and the bones are crunching and everything. And he just sort of rolls his eyes and says, "Okay, I mean, let's just get this over with." And he turns and heads back into his cottage.
Ugh, why does everybody here have the worst attitude except for Timmy?
Yeah, he's a little rude.
Just like Celestia.
But we'll take the questioning of Medrin, if you guys choose to pursue it, for next week.
Ooh.
Fucking freak.
Oh, freak.
That guy's a fucking pervert.
He's
not Dakin hot.
Hey, we fucking take those. We take those every day of the week.
All right, GG's. Bye, stream.
Bye, guys. Thanks for coming. Thanks for the resubscriptions.
We're gonna murder this mystery.